Welcome to Paranormal M, where we explore the creepiest corners of the unknown. Subscribe and turn on notifications to stay on top of our latest ghostly adventures. Prepare yourself for some eerie excitement. Kids and animals. My dad passed away the night before I began my senior year of college. I obviously missed the first week. I was never the same. I lost a friend, confidant, and advisor. It was so sudden and unexpected. 7 months later, my girlfriend and I learned that she was pregnant. One of the first things that she said to me was, "We're going to be okay, we're just bringing back a part of you that was lost." And this was wildly helpful and comforting since I was 22 and I never held a baby before. I was an only child with an uncle that never had kids and cousins that lived 8 hours away. Yes, Gecko. Shortly after we found out at school, my puppy started to bark softly at my desk. That desk happened to be the last thing my dad and I put together. That's the day he died before we got dinner. Suddenly there was a crash. Something falling in the corner which sent the dog into a state of constant barking. Not just that, I think I heard something bark. Like, waking up in the morning, I saw a box of binder clips on the floor. There's no way that they moved. They were in a different position before I went to bed. They were firmly on the desk, nowhere near an edge. Several years went by and my daughter was about 2, playing in my mom's house on a visit. I was talking to her mom and all of a sudden my daughter poked her head around the kitchen, waved, and said, "Hi, Joey." My mom and girlfriend looked at her and asked, "What did you just say?" She'd never heard the name or any of us talk about my dad before, but here she was saying hi to him. Her response was just saying hi, like innocently without a clue. Later that year, visiting my girlfriend's parents, we slept there one cold New England night. They have a lot of property. They let people keep horses, and that's this one area, and they were penned in. One of the horses had died earlier that day. And late night, our daughter wanted to get into bed with us because the wind was howling. So she gave us each a kiss and said, "Good night, horsey ghost," which sent a chill through me. Again, she didn't see this horse or didn't know that it had died. Hadn't been back to see them since it was winter. The two of us in the darkness, lit only by the moon outside the window, mouthed, "What the fuck?" to each other. This has continued throughout her life, and occasionally asking me for certain things that only had meaning to my dad and stories that he would tell. Using certain words and phrases and playing with toys that she'll occasionally be like talking, apparently, in quotes, to Joey. At 10, I'm starting to wonder if she truly might have taken his place in this world, or just that maybe his consciousness has a connection. She could be a potential empath since she's wildly emotional at times. I don't know. I don't know if I'm even in the right realm there. Maybe it could just be that she has a pure soul and certain things are revealed to her. They are everywhere. I'm not sure if this is just me, but no matter what time, what place, who I'm with, sober or fucked up, the shadow people casually walk around Earth. They're not fully opaque. It's like a fuzzy haze, like in an outline of a person. Imagine a silhouette of energy. First time I started to see them was when I was around 14. To go out to my house's shed to smoke cigarettes. I'd see them walk past me. We'd go down the road and they'd just walk around. At the time I called them wanderers, but I think shadow people is a better fit. One time stands out more to me when I was outside smoking weed and cigarettes by myself. I was behind the shed. I turn around to face the shed and I see one of them peering around the corner right into my eyes. There were hands and fingers that were curled around the corner, and in the middle was a clear head. No facial features, but staring right at me. We made eye contact for maybe 10-15 seconds. That's before it just slowly creeps back around the shed out of sight. I've never really had a fear of them at any point, even that last one. Though they would give me a slight spook walking down the road in the dark just to come face to face with one. But letting go of the worry of making too long of a post, I'll tell the one time I actually felt scared of one. I was inside sitting on my couch. I don't entirely remember, but I was probably only high on weed. From my seat, I can see perfectly into this one room. This one room I've always kind of had a spook from, like a dark open closet door at night. But this time I look up to see one, but not like I've ever seen previously. This one was a child, or at least a child height. It wasn't, really particularly translucent like the others. Standing in the doorway, clear as can be. It was a fully opaque silhouette of fuzzy, tense energy with two dark pits where the eyes are supposed to be. Sitting there staring at it, staring at me, and we hold, and probably held our gazes together for about 1 or even 2 minutes. But I swear, it felt like the longest time I've ever been in that seat. As it glares back at me, my whole body's filled with every negative emotion my body can process, and that's apparently a surprisingly large amount. Fear, loathing, wrath, sadness, hopelessness, confusion, everything horrifying and terrifying. Every great tragedy, every great genocide, shooting, and just every general fucked up shit in life. A full, deep, detailed understanding of these rushed through my head down to my torso, then down into my arms and legs, all while looking at what might have been something a little or a whole lot more than a wanderer or shadow person, sitting there scared shitless, slowly walks down my steps, and is gone. Haven't seen it since, but I will say that I am on the border between wanting to and not wanting to encounter again. They're all still everywhere to this day. I've no idea what they are, or if they're even real in any way, shape, or form. Old Ouija board. This happened several decades ago. A friend got 3 of us using a Ouija board. Thought it was a goofier fake. As it got weirder, I wondered if there might be some kind of unintentional subconscious influence happening. Started harmless, but it got darker. Many spirits became threatening over time. Began to admit to being the same individual. I felt I was being pranked, so I quit. Third friend, not the instigator, seemed weirdly obsessed and wanted to do it more and started doing it alone. Then one night in that door party, the instigator got it out with the obsessed friend. Apparently they were in for a spooky laugh. There were about 10 teenage boys watching, mocking, and laughing. The spirit eventually identified as the usual negative spirit. He used some new names that many, many years later I saw associated online with demonic entities. But anyway, the spirit got really pissed by the mocking and insulting comments and questions, especially from one loud friend. It also mentioned other people that we knew were talking to it. It's confusing. The loud friend thought that we were messing with him and threatened to destroy the board. The spirit directly threatened him, so I grabbed the board, broke it into 2 pieces. There was a bizarre, sort of a now what pause. Then the group decided that, well, they should burn the board, being the best idea the group could, all drunk teenagers could really think of, and at this point, most felt that they were just going along with the joke, but some were actually getting pretty freaked out. So we tried to burn the board. Wouldn't light, had to go 7-Eleven, empty 2 entire containers of charcoal lighter fluid before it finally caught. As it burned, obsessed friend was visibly upset and mumbled that he knew how to make a new one anyways. I asked what the fuck, and he said, it told me how. Days later we found out a group of kids from the same high school also was on a Ouija board that night. It also mentioned us to them, including that we had made it angry. This was before cell phones and we were at an outdoor party, so nobody knew that the other group in the party was happening that night. 7 more days later, a loud friend who was threatened was in a serious car accident being ejected from a pickup. He did survive. As far as I know, the story ends there. I wasn't aware of anybody using a Ouija board after that. Our first haunting. I was around 17 when this happened, and I was a smoker, but my parents didn't like it when I would smoke in the house, so I'd always go to our pantry that has a tiny window and smoke in there. I often have trouble falling asleep, so I always got up for a smoke between midnight and 3 a.m., so everybody in the house is sleeping. Well, I'm kind of bored, so I'm on my way to smoke, and as soon as I get in front of the pantry door, I just stop. I had this awful feeling in my guts. I just couldn't get in there, even though I was craving a smoke really bad. I go back to bed and make another attempt later, but the same thing happens. And for some reason, I think nothing of it, and I just go to bed. Same thing happens the next night, but I do get in the pantry and I start smoking. A couple of minutes pass by and I hear a light knock on my pantry door. Thought it was my mom just making sure it was me in the pantry, so I just say, "It's me." I continue smoking my cigarette, and a couple of minutes later I hear 3 louder knocks. I have a bit of a short temper, so I immediately open the door and annoyingly say, "It's me!" I thought it was my mom, but to my shock, nobody was there. Just stand there for a second. And I close the door and just try to convince myself that it was in fact my mom who somehow disappeared in a second. A minute later, I'm on my way to my room and I see my mom exiting the bathroom. I ask her if she knocked on the pantry door. She just tells me to go to bed because she was half asleep and couldn't be bothered. My family didn't believe me. They thought I was crazy. But in just a few hours, they will think otherwise. That night I went to a birthday party and was sleeping over at a friend's place. When I came back the following morning, my family had a complete change of heart. It was because my brother had a paranormal experience as well. While I was at the party, he was playing League of Legends. He had headphones on because he was talking to his friends. All of a sudden, he felt somebody grab his hoodie. Thought it was me or my mom telling him to keep quiet, but nope, no one was there. So the next day, we just lit the frankincense and did other Eastern European rituals. They worked for a while. I still to this day don't know what that was. May I add that this all happened around a big Christian Orthodox holiday. I've had a lot of paranormal experiences in my house, and they happen from time to time. Sometimes I'd have a paranormal experience like twice in a month. Sometimes it would happen once a year. I'm pretty used to them at this point because thank God none of those experiences were dangerous. Just creepy. Oh, and I live about 100 meters away from a cemetery. There was knocking on the door. My uncle, who worked for a major airline, befriended a couple. The wife was Filipino and the husband was Japanese. They have a young daughter, around 1 or 3 years old, who mostly spoke Japanese, and they lived in a townhouse somewhere in the Philippines. They invited my uncle to visit their house one day, and they invited me to come along with them. So it was my uncle, my 3 cousins, and I that went there for a relatively good amount of time, planned to stay overnight. The date was normal. Went to a mall, took a dip in the pool, and ate good food. We have some language barrier problems since the husband and daughter don't speak Filipino or English, but the wife translated for us, so it really wasn't all a big deal. Their house, as I said, was a townhouse. It was enough to fit their family, but too small with guests like us. They had 3 floors. The first floor was turned into a storage or something, where it's not really suited to be occupied, with a dirty kitchen at the back. The front door of their house was pretty much non-existent. The main entrance to their house was a gate that was around a foot from the door. But other than that, the doorway was wide open. The stairs have 2 doors. one on the bottom, one on the second floor. The second floor was their living room and a small kitchen. This is where we planned to sleep. Then there was the third floor where the family's bedroom was, but their stairs didn't have any door. We settled in for the night on the floor with blankets and pillows. I don't recall what arrangements that we had, but... well, it happened back in 2011, so anyway, we just went to bed, but after some time I was woken up by my cousin, who I'll call Rose. She was the second daughter out of the three, and I know that they were somewhat sensitive to the paranormal since they did something in the past to talk to her best friend who died early. Rose was probably beside me as I was the one that, who she woke up first. She shook me awake and asked me to listen if I heard something. Groggily, I tried to listen for anything, and after a few minutes, I heard knocks on the door. That woke me up fully. She explained that she hasn't gone to sleep and was on the phone. It was past midnight, and the knocking on the second floor door started, and that's when she freaked out and woke me up. The knocking was in 4 successions, with at least 2 or 3 seconds in between those 4. Then it would stop, and after a minute or 2, it would knock 4 times again. The knocking didn't stop at all since she woke me up, and it wasn't so loud, but it was solid and continuous. It was like a human was programmed to knock that way exactly the same. We were both scared, but didn't move to answer the door or ask who was behind the door, since we both knew nobody could get in and it wasn't downstairs. It wasn't somebody from outside, as there was no main door to the house, and the knocking came from the second door of the staircase. We woke up her older sister and asked her just to listen when she did. She stayed silent for a few seconds, tried to listen, to which the knocks came, but she said that she didn't hear it, went back to sleep pissed off thinking that we were playing with her. We also woke up the younger sister. She told us the same. Rose and I looked at each other in fear. We just tried our hardest to go back to sleep, covering our ears. The only reason why I can't hear it is because I already established that my hearing is also sensitive to these types of experiences rather than seeing entities from a young age. Though I can still see glimpses, but not that clear. In the morning during breakfast, we told everybody what we experienced. The wife told her husband that she thinks it was a mononoke, or yorai, which was monster or spirit in Japanese. It was scarier for them because the number 4, shi, in Japanese, which means death, was considered to be bad, sort of like how the number 13 is to the Western culture. I got deja vu on that story. My music box just played on its own at 4 a.m. I just wanted to post this here since I'm up 30 minutes after this just happened and I don't see myself falling asleep anytime soon. To give some background, my boyfriend gifted me one of those mechanical movement music boxes a while ago. At first we played it pretty often because it was a cute song from a movie that we both adore. But for at least a month now, it's been sitting on a shelf next to my bed unplayed. Recently I've been feeling some weird energy next to my side of the bed. And I am an empath. I tend to be sensitive to energies. But in all honesty, when it's time to go to sleep, I try to dismiss it because who really wants to have ghost activity? Not me. Hard pass. Plus, I love horror films and I binged a series recently. Seemed I freaked myself out with it a little bit. But some nights it's been harder to ignore. I've been scared to get up and use the restroom during the night. And one night I even switched places in bed with my boyfriend because the gaze of it felt so strong. I've had moments where I think I see something in the dark but dismiss it, because it's really just too frightening to acknowledge. My boyfriend even had a bout of sleep paralysis, and when she dreamt that I asked him what was behind me, that was as I faced him in bed. Tonight I struggled again with the fear and anxiety, but I eventually managed to drift in and out of sleep. That was until 4 a.m. That little mechanical movement music box started to play the tune entirely on its own. My boyfriend and I were startled awake, and at first I was disoriented and thought that it was an alarm going off. Anyways, we immediately turned the light on as we were both pretty freaked out. He's been able to go back to bed, but I burned some sage and did a blessing to try to ease my mind. hasn't been particularly effective if I'm writing this now. I looked at the little box and tried to see if there was any way that it could have done what it did on its own. I have no answer. You have to twist the little knob on the bottom twice to even play. I don't know, you guys. I want to be wrong because the idea of something in my home, despite all the protection charms, is really frightening. Hopefully the sun comes out soon so I can feel safe to sleep. My friend saw my ghost. So when I was a junior in high school, I suffered from severe depression. My home life wasn't exactly rainbows and sunshine. It was near the end of October and my school was throwing a homecoming dance. I didn't really want to go, but my friends convinced me. I won't go into great detail, but the night ended horribly. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. Fast forward to the next morning. I woke up puffy-eyed and feeling absolutely hopeless. My mom and brother left the store, leaving me home alone. I didn't waste a minute. Went to the medicine cabinet, grabbed all the pill bottles. The last thing I remember, I was pulling up to the ER, my mom trying to get me out of the seat. It all happened so fast. I didn't text my friends I loved them. I didn't indicate in the slightest what I was intending on doing. Nothing. Clearly, my attempt didn't work. I'm writing this now. But while in the hospital, I had a seizure. And this may be important later. After a few days in the psychiatric facility, I was allowed phone calls. So I called my best friend and told her what happened. She was shocked. Rumors were flying around school, per usual at a small private school, that I was pregnant. My mom pulled me out of school or something like that. One guy was joking to a group of people that my two best friends among them that maybe I died. Super funny, I know. My best friend P said that she felt a chill run down her spine as soon as she had said it. She gave an earful. My other friend A pulled P aside and they started discussing what could have happened. A told P that he thought that he saw me walking down the street a couple of days before, and how he tried to yell to me. The person didn't turn or respond. P said that she had an awful feeling in her gut that something was very wrong. I often forget that this happened because, understandably, I want to pull the past behind me. It was a long time ago. I saw a post of A's earlier today, and I thought how odd it was of somebody as rational and realistic as him to see what he did and feel confident enough to, feel confident enough that it was me to share what he saw with P. Makes me wonder if my soul was in an in-between state, just wandering around, or maybe I did die and just switched into a reality where I lived. Spooky stuff. The strangest thing I've experienced to date. My name is Trevor and I live in southern Maine. My whole life I felt connected to something other than what's in front of me. Everywhere I experience small things. Sometimes those things aren't easily explained. My most recent and strange experience happened just last night, the night of October 17th. I moved into a new apartment in June. It's owned by a family friend, so before I moved in I painted the walls and did some other personalization just for fun. The first time I stepped foot into this apartment I felt very uneasy. I'm not sure what it is, but the place just doesn't feel right. Many things have happened while I've been here, but last night was by far the worst. Maine was being hit by a thunderstorm. I had gotten to bed expecting to lose power at some point in the night. I woke up around 3:30 a.m. and felt like someone or something was watching me. I had a nightlight near my bed, which was projecting a shadow onto my wall and ceiling. The shadow became bigger and bigger until I felt like whatever was there was right behind me. It started to roll over when the power went out and I could no longer see anything. I don't remember falling back asleep. I woke up for work around 6:15 a.m. per usual, but felt very strange. After getting up and walking to the bathroom, I realized my jaw was very sore. I also had a gash on the inside of my lip that wasn't there before. It's like I'd been punched in the face and my jaw's still sore at the same time writing this. I really don't know what this was. I absolutely could have been dreaming. I just want to share this in case anybody else has experienced anything similar. Waking up with cuts and bruises that you didn't have before we went to bed. Hearing, seeing doppelgangers. So I have a sort of a ghost story. It's going to be pretty long because it's two different stories really, but possibly the same entity. These two incidents actually happened, and I to this day have no damn clue what it is that I heard and saw. We've had tons of other occurrences in between, but none so terrifying as these two. Other than one of my kids being hit in their sleep and a handprint being left on them. Anywho, I live in Louisiana. Sort of like the breeding ground for this kind of stuff, right? The block I live on is just wrong. I could go on about it, but I won't. We've joked that it may be on its own little hellmouth. Incident number 1. I'm basically the hood cat lady. I leave food out and toys, and even a cute little bed for my little friends. There's one that especially took a liking to me, that I used to just sort of sit outside at night and early morning and just cuddle with for a bit. It was around 2 a.m. as usual as I go to refresh bowls, and I noticed how cold it was. It was in the middle of the summer in Louisiana. My door was shut, so it's not at the AC, and I got this odd feeling. I began hearing whispers. And this voice, I kid you not, was an octave lower than Voldemort's. Look up at me. Stupid me, I look up, and in the backseat of my car, where obviously no one was at 2 a.m., was my son. My 2-year-old son was in the house. Asleep. Only the features were off, as if he was only a bad drawn memory from somebody who'd only seen him once. The eyes were too narrow, the smile was too wide, and only half of his body was showing. I looked down, finished my task trying to look as calm as possible. Noped back into the house, locked, chained the door, salted all the windows and doors. Incident 2. My husband works evening and closing shifts. That brings him home usually after 2 a.m. One night in our room, with my toddler in the bed with me, I began hearing knocking sounds and muffled voices. This was at about 10 p.m. Assuming it's neighbors, I ignored it. As the night went on, knocking sounds began to sound as if they were coming from closets and actually walls, even the ceiling. The voices got closer and they began to sound more male. At 1 a.m. there was a bang at her back door. It's in the bedroom leading to a fenced-in backyard with a chain lock that only husband has the key to, because, it's the hood and we have small kids. The voice I heard was literally my husband. "It's me. Let me in, please, love." His exact tone. Using the name that he calls me. Even my son jumped up yelling, "Daddy's home." Something was off. He never comes to the back door. He calls me or presses the doorbell. Leave a ring. So what the fuck? I almost went to open the door because it sounded so much like him, but instincts just kicked in. Grabbed my son and my phone and noped out of the room to my son's room up front, brought my daughter in his room, and we locked the door. Called my husband, and you guessed it, he was still at work. It could be... I don't think so. Couldn't possibly have been him. When he came home, he looked around and saw no evidence of anybody being there, and no camera footage. No neighbors saw or even heard anything. And that's a lot, because over here everyone's nosy. Everybody knows everyone. A strange face outside of the window. My family has 2 people, me and my mother. My mother is a teacher. She teaches literature in high school. I was still a middle school student at the time. Usually after a stressful day, my mother would go out with her friends. At about 2 a.m., she came home reeking of beer. On the occasion of her wearing nice clothes, she wanted me to take pictures for her. The front of my house is mostly a large glass door with iron bars crossed to make a frame. She modeled in front of that door, and after a while I reviewed what had just been took. Everything seemed so normal, until one picture that I noticed something strange. There's a white streak behind the glass door. It's next to my mother's face. I try to take a closer look, and unmistakable, it's a face. A white face with two black eyes looking straight into the camera in a creepy way. It's so black that it seems to just be an eye socket. Toothless, wide mouth. Everything seems to be twisted in the center of the face. I have a feeling that this is not something that should exist. Like I just saw something I shouldn't have. But it is clearly appearing right in front of my eyes. I started to feel cold. The more I looked, the more scared I became. My mother noticed. Wanted to see what I just took. I told her there was somebody behind the door. She yelled at me, called me nonsense. But I know my eyes don't deceive me, and of course her reaction confirmed everything. Her face darkened. She immediately sobered up, told me to remember to close and lock the door, turn off all the lights, told me to go to my bedroom. She also immediately entered her room and closed the door. The next day I checked the camera again, and I couldn't find the picture. Maybe she deleted it. Since then, she and I haven't talked about this anymore. It's been behind my mind for so many years. I really want to tell someone. It's probably crazy enough not to believe me, but I know I haven't lost my mind. I know what I've seen. And even my imagination isn't an element here because she sees it too. My family doesn't worship anything, and I'm not superstitious. Nor do I believe in ghosts. But it was an event that 8 years later I still can't forget. I met an evil ghost. So to give some background information, I'm spiritual. And if you don't know what that is, spirituality involves the recognition of a feeling or sense or belief that there's something greater than myself. Something more to being human than the sensory experience. Like I believe in souls, spirit guides, and reincarnation. My friend is a medium and can connect with spirit guides, and also ghosts and souls. My friend and I were hanging out at her place, and with the house to ourselves, we decided to do a session. She was doing a session on me, and I asked normal questions like, what's my future like, and so on, till I asked a question about one of my friends. This friend of mine has some trouble and has been battling depression, anxiety, and some other things. I asked if we could try and connect with the spirit guides and ask what was happening to her. We tried that. Bad idea. My friend who was doing the session had her eyes closed. She was holding my hand. Her face started to twitch in an uncomfy way. I didn't want to disturb her, so I didn't say anything. Suddenly, the room that we were in had this weird vibe. An unwelcoming vibe. Just an unpleasant one. She suddenly stood up from the couch that we were sitting on. She went to grab some incense and lights and started saying, "You're not welcome here. Get out of my house." I've never experienced anything like this. I'm new to all this. And suddenly, this terrible feeling came rushing to me. I don't know how to describe it. I think anybody that met a ghost or soul knows what I'm talking about. The best way I can put it is trapped. I felt trapped. No matter where I went in the room, I felt trapped and small, like I was something's prey, like I was being watched. Thankfully, my friend got this ghost and soul out of the house, and we sat down to talk about what just happened. My friend told me that this is what is called a clinging spirit. It's a spirit that feeds on negativity and sadness, or in my friend's case, her depression and anxiety. My friend told me what she saw afterward. To understand this, you need to understand the floor plan, though. So right as you enter the house, there's a staircase that goes upstairs. On the right is the kitchen. On the left is the living room. That's where we were. Neither of these rooms has doors. It's just the wall and the hole in it. The living room couch is on the opposite end of the entryway, so you have a full view from there. My friend said in the doorway that she saw this tall and skinny black goo. It had no face, but it had the shape of a woman's body. The moment it appeared in the doorway, it started screaming at my friend like a very loud, painful screaming. A horror movie scream. The moment she opened her eyes, the ghost wasn't there, but the feeling of its presence was. That's also what I felt. And after all this happened, we called my friend's mom and sister and we slept in the guest room. We were just too afraid to go upstairs to my friend's bedroom, and we were 15 when this happened. That sounds fair. House haunting. This happened some time ago in the early 2000s. It's not made up. I really experienced these events, even if they sound crazy. My parents were in a rough patch. My dad moved out of the house. I was in high school at the time, and started out one night my mom and I were watching TV. It sounded like scratching noises and heavy dragging noises in the attic. We immediately assumed raccoons. I don't remember the timeline exactly, but we kept hearing this noise, and each time, maybe a few weeks later, a few nights later, the noise slowly crossed from one end of the attic all the way to the other end of the house. My mom did have a company come check for animals, but they didn't find any. Then the real scary stuff started. I was asleep one night and woke up to a figure next to my bed. Best description is a shadow person. I slowly grabbed my blanket and covered myself up with just a peephole to watch it. It was entirely black, even darker than the dark room around it. It looked like the darkness was slowly steaming off of it. I was both amazed and terrified. I watched it for what felt like hours until it slowly backed out of my room. I was afraid to leave my bed eventually. I fell asleep though. The next morning at breakfast, my mom said that she saw something standing at the foot of her bed. Then I told her what I had seen. There was a heaviness in the house after that. Other times, I remember waking up at night and hearing voices and whispering. Sometimes I could hear music playing, like it was an old theater or something. When I peeked outside my room, the noises would cease. One night, the dresser drawer at the foot of my bed slammed open and shut. Another night, Mom started screaming in the middle of the night, and I grabbed my baseball bat and ran into her room. Just outside of her bedroom door was a chair. I swear I saw this shadow figure sitting in it as I ran in. She told me somebody had laid down on the bed next to her. As the events and encounters progressively got more frightening, we were afraid to stay in the house, especially at night. I would sleep with all the lights on if I could sleep at all. I started spending the night in a hotel. Even in the daytime, you would hear things like somebody calling her name. I can't remember how long the haunting lasted. Guessing at least 3 or 4 months had passed and my mother was tired of being afraid in her own house. She had the house blessed. Sometime in the next few days, my mom was heating up a cup of water for tea in the microwave. It exploded inside. I asked her how long she'd put the microwave, and then boom, these loud scratching sounds ran down the wall around and a dark mist filled the house. The voices and whispers all around us just grabbed each other and just in horror. All these sounds are happening simultaneously. Then this very deep and natural voice began talking over all the other noise. It was deep and unnatural. Some sort of language I'd never heard anything like it. Not even to this day could I imagine what that was. As my mother and I stood there and we looked down the hall toward the voice, something was there, like a fucking horror movie. It was quadrupedal and made of darkness, like drawing a Sharpie in the air. It had what looked like several rows of spines down its back, and then my mother started to pray, and so did I. The creature slowly backed down the hall and into the bedroom, and slowly, all the noises and voices faded away. The mist and haze seemed to follow it down the hallway. That was until everything returned to normal. Never saw or experienced anything again in that house. If anybody was curious, yep, when friends came over, they would have experiences also. I've had other experiences since then, but nothing like back then. My friend came back to tell me he's okay. sure a lot of you reading this can relate to losing someone. I've definitely endured quite a lot of loss throughout my life, although this specific one hit harder than once before and has taken a while to come to terms with. In 2019, I received a phone call late in the night from a close friend. Levi wasn't the type to call, he was more of a texter. So when I saw his name flashing on my cell phone at 2 a.m., I knew it couldn't be good. Picked up the phone, walked out of my bedroom, went to the next room to take the call. I was told within the first 20 seconds of the call that there had been an accident. Her friend Tyler was gone. I went from half asleep to wide awake in a split second. Gone? What the fuck does that even mean, Levi? I got shitty, I got pissed because I didn't believe him. It wasn't until he told me again that Tyler was gone. There was an accident when he was driving, that he was dead. He told me himself and a few others of our friend group. They were all at his house and told me I could come over if I wanted to. After we got off the phone, I fell to the floor. I was in complete shock and complete disbelief. There's no way this is happening. This isn't real. A few moments later, I went back into my bedroom, picked up my 4-month-old sleeping son, walked downstairs, sat in our recliner, and just bawled my eyes out for hours. Tyler had been texting me that night. He asked me what I was up to around 9 or 10. Myself and my girlfriend were just on the couch playing Overcooked on the Switch. I'd asked him the same about what he was doing. He responded that he was drunk, and I assumed that, he was at his house or another person's. He was a very social dude and loved to be out and about drinking with people. He was loved by many and had a friend to all. I had removed myself mostly from that lifestyle because of getting into a serious relationship and having my first kid. I'd fallen asleep when we were messaging back and forth, and his last message read, "You winning?" I never thought to ask where he was or if he needed a ride. He wrecked his truck on the way home from the bar that night. Just an hour or so after that last message was sent to my phone, the guilt of not asking him if he was okay, if he needed a ride or anything, just assuming he was good. That guilt took over my life and consumed me to the point where I was now drinking heavily myself on a regular basis. Whiskey every single night, blacking out to numb in pain and guilt. Almost lost my job, stopped taking care of myself, and most importantly, I stopped being a good partner and father. My girlfriend at one point had her car parked with all of her belongings and my son's, telling me to say goodbye to him as I was pretty much wasted. I was sitting in my garage, and somehow I was fortunate enough that she ended up staying, and I slowly got my shit together. Fast forward a few years later. Throughout this time, I would occasionally talk to Tyler. Whether that be in my head silently or even out loud at times when I was alone. Asking him, please tell me you're okay. Somehow find a way, please. I had to come to terms with his death, but I didn't have that closure and reassurance still, if that makes sense. I had a few dreams where I thought he was there, but it felt cloudy and I would forget him. A few months back, I had another dream, one so real and so vivid about him. And this is strange and hard to explain, but we're all giant nerds coupled with heavy levels of sarcasm within my friend group. Pretty stupid and childish and mature sarcastic humor is the norm. So when my dream started off with me and Tyler walking to a bathroom together and then both walking up to a toilet and seeing a huge turd, and we both started yelling, "Poop," and dying laughing. Weird, I know, but it was just, it's just us. Then all of a sudden, the back of the wall behind the toilet opened up like a door. The bathroom completely disappeared in front of us. The most amazingly beautiful scenery lay before me. Huge mountains, lush green grass, and gorgeous blue sky. Picture that first time in Breath of the Wild when Link walks up to the edge of the mountain and you get that first look of how beautiful that world was. Tyler turned to me and didn't say a word, but just looked at me. I knew instantly, without him even speaking, that he had to go back into the place, and I couldn't follow him. "You don't have to go, man. Please don't. Stay here a little longer." I was pleading with him. He still said nothing, just smiled and walked into the world and kept eye contact with me as the door closed back. The dream immediately faded to black and I woke up. Tyler was 27 when he left us. He was a great friend. We spent so much time together over the years, good times far outweighing the bad. And I could spend hours telling stories about the stupid shit that we got into and somehow got out of. This is the first time I've told this story, and I know it's long-winded, but after reading some other stories on here about similar experiences, I thought this would be the best time to share mine, get it off my chest too. I believe he visited me that last time, to tell me he was okay. Tyler, I love you, man. Miss you every single fucking day. Can't wait till we meet again, my friend. Man with a painted white face came into my room. Last year, 2021, the Sunday after Thanksgiving, I was sleeping by my girlfriend in her apartment. It was probably 3, maybe 4 a.m. I got up to use the restroom. Kinda had a hard time going back to sleep. So maybe 5 minutes or so after getting back into bed, I was lying on my back with my head facing left toward the wall. I had my left arm raised over my head, hanging off the edge of the bed. My girlfriend was sleeping with her back facing me, and my right arm was on her stomach. It was dead silent. My girlfriend had a little loud dog who barks at everyone that walks by the front door. I didn't hear no footsteps, no voice, no form of movement. And all of a sudden I feel somebody grab my left hand that's hanging off the bed. At first I thought it was my girlfriend. I didn't think much at first, until I realized that my left hand's on the opposite side. I opened my eyes, but I could only see from my right eye because my left eye is blocked by my arm. Without turning my head, I saw a man through a mirror on the wall. His face was painted white, pasty white. He had shoulder-length hair that was curly and a light, dirty brown colored hair. I could only see what the nightlight in the room illuminated. It was definitely a white man with a very strong build body type. He had no clothes on from what I could tell. He was holding something in his right hand. It was like a stick with something bushy at the end of it, and it was like hovering above my stomach. Man, I thought somebody broke into the apartment or something, I don't know, but still no noise at all. No movement, and the grip of his hand wasn't hard at all. I was looking at him for a good, 10 seconds. I finally worked up the courage to turn my head and get a visual of this man, but he vanished. When I looked back the other way, the mirror I saw him through vanished as well. I woke up with my girlfriend immediately and told her what happened. I don't know if this has anything to do with what happened, but I'm Native American, and when I told my tradition, when I told my tradition relatives about it, they gave me a possible answer to what I saw. I live in the heart of a city in Arizona. If you guys have any questions, I'll try my best to answer. Sorry if I have this formatted annoyingly. This is my first post. I've only told a few people about this. In 1998 I drowned, but I was saved by an angel. I was on vacation at the Edgewater Hotel in Gatlinburg, Tennessee with my family. We were in the hot tub, which was indoors. In this indoor area, we also had a swimming pool. Hotel rooms lined up next to the pool. The parents needed to go to our hotel room for some reason, which is about a 15-second walk away. They left me alone in the hot tub. I was the only one there in the entire pool area. I was enjoying the hot tub and decided to walk around in it. As I was walking toward the middle of the hot tub, my feet slipped from underneath me. I discovered it was much deeper than I thought. I sank to the bottom of it, and for some reason I couldn't gain any footing. I remember panicking and flailing, trying to reach the surface, and my feet just kept slipping at the bottom. I very quickly reached the point where I couldn't hold my breath any longer. And this may sound kind of crazy, but I vividly remember breathing in water at this point. And as I inhaled water, not swallowed, but actually inhaled like a half breath worth of water, I still remember the sensation of water entering my lungs, but there was no pain. I then had the realization that I was going to die, and in that moment I felt a hand grab mine and pull me out of the water. When I looked up, there was an old man smiling at me. I looked at him in shock for several seconds, speechless, before saying, "Thank you." He continued smiling and never said a word. I then ran to the hotel where I found my parents arguing about something. Tried to tell them what just happened, but they wouldn't even let me speak. Then I ran back out trying to find the man who saved me, and I couldn't find him. I even went to the reception area and asked if they had seen an old man pass by. Nobody said they'd seen him. I realized at this point that it was an angel that saved me. How my 6-year-old brain knew this, I don't know. But I still have no doubt that it was truly an angel, and not a person who saved me. And it seems my gecko agrees. My sister has a connection with the dead. Ever since I was 12, I'm 23 now, I could remember my sister having a lot of nightmares and talking in her sleep. My sister's room was only accessible through my room. Me and my family always thought that my sister always acted weird the morning after she had those dreams. She would also talk to my mother about the nightmares, describing the people that she saw as all dressed in white and all moving away from her. I should also mention that we come from Egypt, and my family is Muslim. My family is superstitious, and they believe in Islamic afterlife, like grave questions. They believe in Islamic afterlife, grave questions. You heard that right. And to give you a little bit about the questions, 2 dreadfully looking angels ask you 3 questions. 1. Who is your Lord? Allah. 2. What is your religion? Islam. 3. Who is your prophet? Muhammad. Your answers are based on only your faith and good doings in life. It's not based on personal knowledge. If you answered correct, you're entitled to a good life in heaven. And if you answer wrong, you're going to hell, and your punishment starts in the grave. You can read more about this by Googling Munkar and Nakir. Get to my story now, folks. Sorry for spending so much time on this. So basically, I recently moved out with my apartment 3 weeks ago. That's where I was living with my mother and sister in a 1-bedroom apartment. A week ago, my uncle, who was in Egypt, died. The same night that my uncle died, at around 10:30 p.m., my mom was sitting on the couch in the living room when her phone rang. It was my dad, who doesn't live with them, calling my mom to tell her that my uncle had died. At that same exact moment, my sister was sleeping in the bedroom, walks out, stares at my mom, and says, "Did Uncle Shady die?" My mom looks at her in shock and says, "Yes." Shady's not my uncle's real name. My sister then turned around, walked back to her room, and fell asleep. My mom was so shocked that she went to my sister, woke her up, and asked her how she did. Or rather, how she knew, I guess. My sister told my mom, and she had a dream where my uncle was sitting in his grave trying to talk to my sister about the secrets of death, listing some of the bad things that he had done in his life. Didn't have time to repent for, and now he's being tortured in his grave. He's trying to repent, but he can't. And then his bad doings outweigh his good doings in life. He made my sister swear in a book that she thinks the Quran is to never tell anybody those things in detail. By that time, my sister and my mom had moved to the living room to relax a bit. Have some tea. They went into the living room to, relax a bit, I'm sure. When my sister got up to go back to the room, she started screaming. That's when she looked into the room. She told my mom that it was an apparition of my uncle in the room. My mom told her that it was my uncle reminding her of the pact that they'd made. Okay, I should mention that we haven't talked to my uncle or any of my dad's family in over 10 years. We moved to the USA in 2010. Haven't talked to them since. We also don't have good relationships that we have with them, like hated my mother and we had bad blood with them. This is not my sister's first encounter with the paranormal or the first time that she had dreams of dead family members telling her secrets or stories. It's just the most recent. I just came back this weekend to visit them. I'm really confused and quite flustered by my sister's weird connection, and honestly a little bit scared of that connection. I also have a hard time believing this, considering I don't believe in any of it. But to hear it from my sister is quite scary. My first possible haunting experience in a psychiatric ward. I work as a nurse in a psychiatric unit. It's conveniently tucked away around the back of an old hospital. I'm on night shift. Most of the night is spent trying to convince maniac patients to return to their bed. Excuse me, manic. We were having a strangely quiet night. The staff usually sit in the corridor at the intersection between the male and female sides of the ward. We hear everything that's going on better from there, and we can intervene quicker if need be. There's a shower room located just to the left of where we sit. It has a toilet and short wall partition that separates the shower from the far corner of the room. As we were sitting there, the door to the shower room just slowly crept open. No big deal, we got up, closed it again, and went on with the night. It happened again for about an hour later, and again we thought nothing of it. After closing the door a second time, though, we soon heard the sound of water running. Got up to check, found the tap in the shower room was running too. Thought it must have been faulty, but when I tried to turn it off, it spun easily and stopped running water. Feeling a little bit freaked out now, I checked around. Wanted to see around the shower, just in case a patient was somehow hiding there. But there was no one. When I turned to walk back out, I felt a sudden chill on my back and my neck. Heard the sound of gas hissing behind me. I glanced back around to check the shower, which seemed to work fine, and just assumed there was like trapped air or something. The next night we were sitting in the same place, and again, it was unusually quiet. That was until 2 a.m. That's when we heard a massive bang, then a dull thud, as if something had hit against the wall and then slid to the floor. The noise seemed to be quite close, and we hurriedly looked through each dormitory and individual patient's room. We were expecting that one of the patients had fallen, but everything was still sound asleep, apart from one patient who told us that she had trouble sleeping the last few nights. We continued with our search, but we couldn't seem to find anything to explain the sound. We sat back down in the corridor where we started to talk about ghosts and just joking about being haunted. The patient who couldn't sleep asked if they could smoke in the toilet. We occasionally let people do this at night, and they weren't really allowed to let them out of the unit after 10 p.m. Trying to tell an avid smoker they can't have a cigarette is a sure way to start a fight. We said that she could have a quick one in the shower room before going back to bed. Asked one of us if they could come with her. When we asked why, she explained, "Because that room freaks me out. There's spirits in there that are trying to come through the mirrors." We heard stuff like this from patients on a regular basis. We didn't really think much of it. Offered her some reassurance and, well, agreed to come into the bathroom with her. While we were in there, she talked about seeing the ghost of a man in her room, which kept her up at night. She then stopped talking abruptly and looked confused before going over to peer around the partition. Asked her what was wrong, and she shushed me. Asked in a whisper if I heard what she heard. I admitted I couldn't hear anything. Again, it's a common occurrence for people to talk about auditory hallucinations in our ward. I asked her what she could hear. She said that she thought she could hear like a dripping sound. There was no water coming, and certainly no water running. When she checked behind the partition, she heard a hissing sound. I suggested that she finish her cigarette and get back to bed. She asked for some medication to calm her down and then said, "Man, I hate that bathroom. The door opens and closes itself, you know?" And after she went to bed, I was telling the other staff about this, and we were joking about how much of a freaky coincidence it all was. We were still discussing it, and that's when the staff came in. When the first nurse arrived, she came over to ask how the shift was, and asked her if she believed in ghosts in sort of a joking way. She said that she didn't, but she had bad memories of the ward that sometimes freaked her out. She told us the worst thing she ever saw was 20 years ago when she was doing the hourly checks on the ward once. Just to check on each patient every hour to check that they're okay. She couldn't find one patient, went to the shower room because she could hear water running. She checked around the partition and found the guy lying dead in a pool of blood in the shower. He'd hacked himself to death with 2 blades. An obviously very unwell man. The nurse told us that ever since that happened, a few times she's gone into the shower room and felt a sudden rush of cold air, as if somebody was trying to rush past her. Might have started looking for a new job. My second possible paranormal experience in a psychiatric ward. So for a bit of background, I'm a psychiatric nurse working in an older unit of a bigger hospital. Pretty well distanced from the main hospital building, there's not much around us apart from a car park, some trees, and an admin building. That's just down the road. I was on night shift when this happened, and there's usually skeleton staff on an overnight. 2 trained nurses, 3 or 4 nursing assistants. We had a patient with an eating disorder at a ward, and this time she was required constant observation to make sure she wasn't micro-exercising or purging. At night, we usually waited until she'd fallen asleep, and then positioned a member of staff just outside the dormitory that she shared with 3 other patients so that the patient had a little more privacy to sleep through the night. Our ward's in a T-shape with a male corridor and a female corridor at either end. The nursing station's at the center. We all sat at the center of the T-junction so we could see and hear down each of the corridors. We had one member of the staff, and they were sat outside the female dormitory at the end of the female corridor. The chair the staff member sat on had its back to the fire door at the end of the corridor, facing along towards us. We all took turns sitting there over the night. It was a fairly quiet night with all the patients. They were just sleeping soundly. It was a rarity in most cases. We usually had whispered conversations in the corridor amongst each other to keep us going, and on one occasion I was sitting on the observation, just chatting with a colleague. That's when she looked up behind me confused. I asked her what was up, and she said that she thought she saw something moving on the other side of the fire door. There was a small round window on the door looking out at the trees and the path leading around to the bins at the back of the unit. I told her to stop creeping me out and we'd laugh about it. We were talking about last night, and that's when all this stuff was happening when she looked up startled. She said she was positive something moved past the glass. She dared me to get up and look outside. I was in the middle of a not-so-polite decline at this request when I heard a thud at the fire door behind me. It had just been kicked. We froze and we exchanged a look of horror. Just there was a very gentle knock at the door. Needless to say, we both freaked. I jumped out of my chair and we both came hurrying towards me. Both of us full of nervous giggles. It took some persuasion for both of us to get up before we managed to go and look around the window. There's nothing there. The night went on and we continued to joke and speculate about what we saw and heard. She brought a chair up to sit next to me outside the dormitory for emotional support. I insisted that I wasn't going to look out that window for the rest of that night. Well, a few hours later, somebody else sat on the observation, and I was chatting in the middle of the junction with another nurse. One of our colleagues steps out of the office at the junction, looks up the corridor, and gasps. She pointed at the fire door. She said she was sure she just saw a pale face staring through the window before it vanished. A new round of speculation started as we theorized as to what it could have been. That's when the door to the female dormitory burst open. The patient came stumbling out of the corridor, running past the nursing assistant in the observation and straight down the corridor at us. She looked terrified and half asleep. We assumed that she was sleepwalking. We caught her as she reached at the junction and began attempting to soothe her. She kept trying to push past her hands, muttering in a scared voice, "No, there's something there, there's something there, there's something there." I tried to engage with her, but she was either too deep in sleep or too groggy. Eventually we managed to calm her and escort her back to the dormitory. When she got to her bed, she stopped again, asked if the nurse had to stand over all, asked if the nurse had to stand over her all night. We assured nobody was standing over her all night, and she looked confused, but allowed us to settle her into bed where she probably just fell asleep. Our adrenaline was running high by this point, and matters weren't really helped when the haunted tap started playing up again, turning itself on in the cursed bathroom. We were so freaked out one of the nurses refused to walk about the ward on her own, while others remained skeptical about it all. It was maybe a week later when we were back on shift. We had the same setup, but one member of the staff sat alone at the observation and the rest of us in the middle of the corridor. That's when a nursing assistant who hadn't been there the first night stepped out of the office behind us and shouted, "Who the fuck is that?" She was loud enough to make all of us jump up and we looked down the corridor. She was pointing at the fire door, and the poor, pale, freaked-out staff member sat in front of it. The nursing assistant then explained that she had stepped out of the office, then she glanced at the fire door, and then she saw something white shining in. When she did a double take, she realized it was a pale face of a blonde woman pressed up against the window. The nursing assistant said that she shouted and the face dropped down as if the person or whatever it was had fallen. We all went together to peer out. Of course, there's nothing there. I called the site manager, and there's always one manager on call at night to handle any big issues. Suggested that there might have been a person going around the building and looked through the windows. She didn't seem all that concerned with the story and just suggested no staff leave the building until morning, which is typically a rule anyways. Of course, a paranormal encounter isn't the only explanation for this. A living, breathing person going around staring through her windows was creepy enough, especially since that fire door didn't have a lock and was often blown open by the wind. Another week or so passed and different staff rotated on shift. I told one of the nurses all the stories of what had happened to us on shift, and she was petrified, saying that she always got an eerie feeling on the ward at night. Later that night, a member of the staff from another ward on the unit popped in to borrow something. He'd worked at the hospital for almost 30 years. He had been in every ward in the unit at some point. The nurse I was told him with was freaked out, asked if he had experienced any hauntings in the ward. He seemed amused and asked, "Like what?" She told him about the tap turning on and off and the patient claiming there were spirits in the mirrors. He seemed skeptical and sort of just shrugged it off, but he did agree that it was a new one to him. He then said that he'd never had any haunting or weird experiences in the ward, but said that a lot of staff through the years had complained about spooky stuff happening at the female dormitory. Again, I'm not necessarily claiming this has to be down to ghosts or anything. His experience definitely wasn't as paranormal feeling as my last post, but it was definitely an uneasy night for us, to say the least. And to all of you guys out there, I hope you're having an easy night. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, your guide to the most unsettling and supernatural stories. Don't forget to hit subscribe and activate notifications to follow our latest spine-chilling content. Enjoy the spooky journey. My grandma's house has some sort of mimic. I think that's the right word for what it is, but I've also seen people call it similar things like doppelgangers, so maybe that's right. My grandma's house has weird goings-on since I was born, pretty much. Mysterious ringing phones in the basement, TVs, VCRs with minds of their own, bassinets that rocked by themselves. Anyway, it seems one of them may be a mimic. My grandfather had a job that would take him out of town at times. On at least 2 separate occasions while he was gone, my grandma and uncle saw him walk down a hallway and out of sight. I thought maybe he had come home without them noticing. His car wasn't in the driveway either. Oh, either time. Came home later and insisted that he had been home. My mother also claimed that she used to talk to her deceased grandmother at night sometimes. It scared her because she knew that logically it wasn't right. But it was her grandmother, so she felt safer about it. Knowing about mimics now, it probably wasn't her grandmother. And now my personal experience. My sister and I used to spend weekends at my grandmother's house when we were younger, especially through high school even. We all slept in her bed and my grandma would make us bacon and hot cocoa for breakfast in the mornings. I woke up one morning, but I was still in a state of half-awareness. I opened my eyes and I saw my grandmother leaning in her bedroom doorway looking at me. I figured she had just come up to see if I was awake yet, but then she leaned backwards out of the doorway and out of sight. Something about the way she moved just wasn't quite right. That's when I realized I smelled and heard bacon cooking downstairs. It struck me as odd that she would walk away from bacon while it was on the stove. She was in her 70s at this time, and, well, she got around well for her age. Taking the stairs was still a bit of a task and took some time. It didn't make sense that she would risk burning food on the stove just to come upstairs to look at me. She could have just yelled up at me to see if I was up. I called out to ask her if she was upstairs. From where I was, I could see out the bedroom door and down the stairs. She walked from the kitchen to the bottom of the stairs and said, "No." She was apparently just making bacon. I freaked out a little bit, got out of bed, booked it downstairs. My sister was already awake and downstairs with my grandma, which is why she was already making bacon before it was up. Both of them said that she had not been upstairs, so I told them what happened. That's when my grandpa told us the stories I told above about seeing my grandpa when he couldn't have been there. Our experience with Anne something mysterious in Zion. Interesting title. This story took place in the winter of 1997. Me and my friend, who I'm going to call Will, were camping in Zion National Park, Utah. Not sure whether or not camping is or was illegal at the time, as we're both from Maine. We're both devout Mormons, so we were visiting the area to connect with other like-minded people. We first went to the park sometime in the middle of January, so the weather was very frigid. We decided to make a camp in a small clearing somewhere near a great staircase. Staircase? We set a small tent up underneath a few trees. Things went fine for the first few nights. On the third morning, Will woke up in a cold sweat in the wee hours. He had had a vivid nightmare of a creature with matte black eyes following through the canyon. We brushed it off as just that, a nightmare. Later that morning, we went up to the ridge to do some sightseeing. Will was eerily quiet. I asked him if he was all right, and he told me that he had been to this part of the park before. Neither of us had been here in days prior. He realized that he had seen it in his dreams. We were both spooked, but brushed it off as a coincidence. Went back to camp later that afternoon, and we thought nothing of the coincidence from earlier. That night when we went to cook up some of the hot dogs that we'd brought along with us, we searched and searched for them. They were all but missing. Once again, we just assumed that we mustn't have packed them, but Will was certain as he saw them earlier. We decided not to worry about it, and we ate some protein bars that we'd packed for hiking. Things went fine for the rest of the night, but couldn't help but feel there was something wrong. 2 days later, Will woke up in the night again. This time was different, though. His nose was bleeding with thick black blood, and his shirt was covered in dirt and mud. And one other minor detail I forgot to mention. He woke up 2 miles from the tent. I only found him because I heard him screaming from out in the brush. I went and found him, helped get him back to the tent. Well, excuse me. This is crazy. Helped get home back to the camp. When we returned, we found a small bird skull at the top of Will's bedroll. The howls of the coyotes and the other similar creatures that we had heard in the nights prior were non-existent, leaving the canyon strangely silent. Later that day, we went for another hike. We were about 8 miles from our camp at this point. Being that this was the days before cell phones and we were in a canyon, there was no way that we could have contacted for help if we got lost or injured. Our car was at least 6-hour hike from where we were camping. We happened by a small clearing, and at the edge of the tree line we found a small cave. Being the naive, curious young boys we were, we ventured out in search of adventure. Inside the cave there was no sounds, but the echoes of our footsteps were heard. The ground was strewn with bones of small birds, not dissimilar to the skull that we found on Will's bedroll. Will went to inspect one of the skulls, however, upon picking it up, we both had an overwhelming sense of dread filling us both. Our ears began to ring intensely and our heads began to vibrate. It was violent. The sound was like static from a radio, and it caused us both to immediately have a terrible headache. I screamed at Will that we needed to leave. He couldn't even hear me over this static ringing sound. I couldn't even hear myself. I grabbed his arm and we ran for the mouth of the cave. We decided that we'd had enough. We were going to leave. The ringing subsided as we got further from the cave. However, as we neared the camp, the sense of dread became even stronger. The camp had been destroyed. Our equipment was left dangling from trees. We tried to collect our things, but we were too overcome with fear. We didn't hesitate. We picked up from all the things of value that we could carry, and we began to long walk back to the car. It was about 5 p.m. by this point, and if we started... Sorry, the spelling errors are intense. If we started walking now, we'd be back to the car by about 11. We trekked her back with no issues for about 2 hours. By 7 p.m. it was pitch black and there was no light except from Will's lighter. The forest was suddenly filled with the sounds of hundreds of creatures howling and crying. We could make out the silhouettes of several tall deer along one of the high cliff faces. The deer looked sickly and their eyes were blacker than the sky. I tried to ignore them, but it just seemed like they were following us. We dropped everything and we just began to run. Somehow we made it back to the car in just a couple of hours. The sounds of the forest didn't die down in the entirety of the journey. Once we get back to the car, we assumed the battery would be dead, but we had unintentionally left the car lights on for several days. Luckily, almost as if it were a miracle, the car started fine. Got out of the park without a hitch. As of writing this, it's been 23 years since this happened, but the story still haunts me. Hadn't seen Will in several years as he moved away to a different state. I decided to write her story in honor of his memory, as I learned this morning of his passing. He'd been suffering from depression long before experience, but I feel that the traumatic nature of the event only amplified his condition. To this day, I don't have a clue what it was in the park. I've never told the story to a single person until now. Will and I have never even spoken of the events after they happened. I'd like to believe it was all just a nightmare or a shared delusion. But we know it was much more than that. Anyways, that's our story. I know it was long, but it means a lot to have shared it with someone. In loving memory of Will Foster. Fly high, brother. I think my boyfriend and I live with ghosts. My boyfriend and I moved into an apartment 9 months ago. I think there could be ghost kitties here. We have 2 cats of our own. We've seen both cats acting as if they're chasing something that isn't there. Their toys have gone missing every now and then too, but what's spooky is I found 2 of their soft toys under a kitchen sink behind a board that's blocking that area off. And I only found them because I accidentally kicked the board down there and I was doing dishes. Recently there's been activity that I don't think ghost kitties could do though. Cabinets have opened, and light and heavy things have been thrown. Our shower curtains move every now and then, and electronics seem to die quick. Our TV brightness dims and brightens. I do enjoy watching scary movies, and I decided that I'd watch one until my boyfriend got home from work. After the first movie was over, the energy in our living room felt different. I wasn't sure if this was because I was a little bit spooked from watching The Conjuring 3 or what. Mr. B, one of our cats, he was staring at the corner with his ears back for a bit. All of a sudden, my beanie that was on the table flew at him, hit him, and made him run away to hide. It scared me a bit, so I went to stood in our kitchen for a while, and while I was there, a breeze flew by me. I decided I needed to step out. My stomach was feeling sick. When I stood outside our apartment, I heard one of the cats meow and the dishes move. I decided to go back in there because I couldn't leave our babies alone. While I was sitting in the kitchen, one of the cabinets creaked open. This is where I almost started to cry. Luckily, my boyfriend got home a few minutes later. I've experienced things happening before, and I felt fine, but the energy I've just been feeling the past couple of days is making my stomach knot. Another thing that concerns me is that some of the things seem to go missing. Back in October, I put my earrings on our bedside table and I went to bed. Wanted to put them back on a few days later, but they were gone. Thought maybe one of the cats knocked them onto the floor. Well, we looked everywhere in our room, we still haven't found them. We also lost my boyfriend's main car keys. We have a big jar on one of the tables in our living room, so we put our keys, our wallets, and coins in it. My boyfriend places things down. I always end up picking them up and putting them in the jar before bed. Well, he came home late at night, and I was already asleep, put all the things down at the coffee table, keys, wallet, etc. I woke up in the morning and everything but his keys were still there. I deep cleaned our whole apartment and still haven't found the things that have gone missing. I've also noticed red marks show up on my skin that weren't there minutes before. By the way, these are just a few experiences I've witnessed. There have been a lot more. They only seem to be the most active around me. My boyfriend has only witnessed a few things happening to him, and most of the time it's the little things while I'm in the room with him. I feel like the energy in our apartment has shifted. Now I start to feel sick almost every time I witness something happen. Is there a way to cleanse the negative energy I keep feeling? I probably gifted my mother-in-law a haunted box for Christmas. So I'll start off by saying I'm very into the paranormal. However, I maintain that I'm a skeptic. I haven't really had any outlandish experiences, nothing like a ghost screaming in the ear for like seeing a full-body apparition. Mostly stuff like feeling uneasy in certain areas and like hearing little whispers and creaks and groans. Seeing things out of the corner of my eye. I also experience hallucinations, so I try to keep that in mind too. I also like to shop at Goodwill, a lot. You can get a lot of cheap junk there, and I love junk, especially dolls. I have a few quote-unquote haunted dolls, a few that are just decoration, but nothing I've ever gotten from Goodwill I ever considered actually haunted, until recently. My significant other, I always trip over that word. My significant other and I went to the Goodwill a day or so ago to pick up some last-minute gifts. And as we were looking around, I see this large wooden box that's mostly black. Has some hand-painted birds and things. It's pretty old, maybe 25, maybe even 50. I don't really know, but I knew my mother-in-law would love it. She's got kind of an affinity for boxes. So we pick it up and head out of there. No uneasy feeling for it, no feeling at all, really. Maybe I was too scatterbrained at the time, not really listening to my sixth sense that I might have. That night I get to bed relatively early, which is kind of unusual for me, as I really have a hard time falling asleep and usually don't go to bed till like 4 in the morning. Maybe an hour after I fall asleep, I suddenly wake up, experience what I'm assuming was sleep paralysis. My head's tucked under my significant other's shoulder in between pillows, so I can't see anything. But I could feel there is someone else. Told myself to relax and it'll pass. Like I'll be able to sleep soon. This isn't the first time I've had paralysis, and it's probably not going to be the last. Granted, it hasn't happened for at least 3 years. Suddenly I get the urge to turn my head and look at the door leading to the bedroom to my attic. Which, in itself, is a terrible, terrible place and another haunted story for another day. but I know I shouldn't look because I'll probably see something I don't want to. I can't exactly move away. For some ungodly reason, the urge to turn my head and look was so strong, I felt like, holy shit, breaking out of sleep paralysis. Isn't that a first? I didn't look, though, thank God. But the presence that I felt earlier was stronger, and I was getting that scary little demon girl in a horror movie vibe. Eventually, I fell back asleep without realizing it. When I woke up, I had the worst pain in my chest, and my neck was all tied in one side. I'm talking it felt like I had somebody punching my chest every time I took a breath or moved. Like if I tried to turn my head, just felt like my neck would explode. This happened the next night as well, but I have no idea whether or not it happened a third because it was Christmas Eve. So it's my time to wrap it up and send it off to my mother-in-law. I didn't say anything to her because I honestly didn't attribute what was going on to the box. Actually, completely forgot all about it until I had to wrap it. Since I've given it to her, however, I've been sleeping like a baby and woke up feeling refreshed and without any aches or pains. I'm interested in sort of talking to her a little bit down the road, seeing if she's experienced any of the same things. Maybe if that box really is a spooky demon box, she'll say something before I get the chance to bring it up. I don't want to be that guy, but you kinda should do something about it before something bad happens. You should probably do that. Do you guys agree? Let her find out, I guess. The thing at my dad's house. I firmly believe that there are many unexplained things in this world. You know, the things that we have a hard time discussing with others because you don't want to be labeled as crazy. But you know, well, they're all the same. My dad's house, I believe, contains such an entity. There really isn't one big story to tell, but rather a bunch of small ones that combine into something really hard to write off as sheer coincidence. Most of these are told from my dad's perspective, although I was able to experience one for myself. I was spending the night at Dad's house one time and we were all in the living room watching TV. My little sister was sitting on the couch with my dad and stepmom. I was sitting in the recliner with one of the dogs. The other dog was laying in front of the couch. There was a gecko screaming at me. In between the couch and the recliner was an end table, and sitting on the table was a glass box and my stepmom, well, I guess got for her mom. Or rather, from. We were paying it no mind when we heard a crash. We weren't expecting it, so we all jumped. The glass box on the table had fallen off the backside of the table and broke. The glass box had been sitting a good distance away from the edge, so it couldn't have fallen on its own. No one was close enough to bump the table either. It was like somebody lightly pushed the box off the edge, like a cat would do. We investigated for several minutes before chalking it up to another one of quote-unquote those incidents. My dad was standing in the middle of the living room watching the TV. It was in the middle of the day and he was the only one home. And suddenly from the direction of his and my stepmom's bedroom, he heard a loud and deep, "Ha-ha!" His first thought was somebody had broken into his house, so he ran in there ready to beat the daylights out of the intruder, only to find an empty room. He looked around for a while and didn't find anyone there. Another time my dad was in the living room again and it was just him and the dogs. He got up to grab the remote and he made a comment. You know, the kind you make when you think out loud. Then he heard somebody hiss, "Silence!" into his ear. My dad, the king of underreactions, simply grabbed the remote on his way back to the chair and said, "How about you shut the fuck up?" He didn't hear anything else for the rest of the day. One night when my dad and stepmom had just gotten in bed, they just pulled the sheets over them, the door that leads to the bathroom shook. I'm not talking about some mild shaking that may come from an old house. It was like somebody took hold of the door itself and was violently trying to shake it off its hinges. Needless to say, my stepmom was glad that my dad wasn't working nights that night. Along with these things, there's some shadow people, like sightings, I guess you could say. They were made by both my dad and my little sister. One time in the middle of the day again, my dad was in the kitchen watching one of his football shows. Something compelled him to look toward the entrance of the kitchen. He saw shadowy, disembodied feet walk across the entrance. My dad, once again the king of underreactions, looked out of the kitchen. When he saw nothing, he shrugged his shoulders and went back to his football. This sighting is something that both my dad and my little sister swore up and down that they saw. On the right back corner of the living room, there's a very short hallway with 3 doors. A door to the bathroom, a door to my room, and a door to what used to be my sister's room, but is now used for storage. The 2 bedroom doors are on the right side with the bathroom door right in front of them. You can see the bedroom doors from the living room. They saw a shadow figure leave the bathroom and head into the storage room. That being said, the storage room seems to be where this thing dwells when it isn't bothering my family. It's to the point that my sister refuses to ever go into that room again. Even just walking past that room is enough to cause your hairs to stand on end. I could go on for hours, but I'm going to stop here. And if you have any idea what we're dealing with, please let me know. Haunted apartment. So when I turned 18, I just graduated high school. This was 2017, and after the summer I found a B-R-A-N-D new apartment. Literally not one building was up. There was only a trailer for the office. I got a new 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment and moved in shortly after the first half of my building was finished. Anyways, just a little bit of an intro. Nothing happened in the beginning. Everything was cool and the apartment was usually quiet. Right around before summer 2018, my roommate, we're going to call her Jessica, moved out, right? So I found that my good friend was looking for a roommate, but didn't have her own apartment yet. So, we picked each other up and she ended up moving in. All was fun and games until about 2 to 3 week mark of her moving in. Things super low-key started happening. It wasn't serious. They were, I would say, scientifically explainable things. The drawer would be open, or bedroom doors would be open, or sometimes we would leave them open to let our house heat up at nights. The doors would be closed when we came back. Our bedrooms were carpeted, and the door had a hard time itself opening and closing because of the carpet. A couple more weeks go by, and it tenses a little bit. We started to hear the doors close. You would see black shadows from my room. My room was straight back and I had red lights hanging in my room that were on all the time. Thought it was just dark, but it's dark and our eyes played trick on us, but no big deal. Things were also misplaced all the time. Things would randomly be tipped over. And okay now. It was maybe 2 or 3 month mark of her living there. The roommate came home and was taking a bath in her bathroom. She heard footsteps in the hallway. She said that she 100% swore it was me. She said my name, but nothing came. She messaged me and I was still at work. She recalls even hearing the skin to floors if the feet were sweaty. We can't even hear anything from our downstairs neighbors. We were on the top floor. I started hearing it a few weeks later. She only signed a 6-month lease because she wanted to get her own place near college. So I met a girl at work, and she would be Grace and her boyfriend Kyle. Grace immediately caught on to the activity in the house, and it was very frequent. It was like whatever it was wanted to be known. My friend Hannah likes to come and stay a couple of days, and one time she was staying. Grace and I left for work that morning. Kyle was staying the night before, but he had a convention at the place Grace and I worked at. So he and Grace rode together for work while I took my own rig. About halfway through my shift, I noticed that Hannah was online, therefore must have finally woken up. Almost instantly, she messaged me and said, "Is Grace's boyfriend still here?" I forgot that he came to work for the convention, so I said, "Yeah." She replied, "Oh, okay, good. Kind of scared me. Heard somebody coming from Grace's room." I started to remember that Kyle did have to come here. So I asked Grace if he was, he for sure was here, and she said yes, because they rode together. I called Hannah and told her, and she freaked out. I got home later with her with all the lights on and the curtains pulled back. She explained to me that she kept hearing something coming from Grace's room while she was sleeping. She thought it was snoring, so she assumed it was Kyle. Finally got so loud that Hannah just woke up and got on her phone. She said even then the noise got louder until it just stopped. I discussed it with my friend, who suggested it might be like a snarling or growling. Hannah went pale, quickly came to realize that it was exactly what it was. We saged up the house and all, but nothing ever helped. Things continued to go on, and I was forced to move homes recently. The note was still haunted. The footsteps down the hallways were so real. There were times I thought it was my cousin or Hannah walking down, and I was in the bathroom. Thought I'd scare them while I was coming out, and they would still be sitting in the living room, or they'd be sleeping. The lights also flickered last month in my living there, and it was pretty late. Happened for no reason. It wasn't even consistent flickers. They were random and different with each light in the house. I also sometimes woke up at like 3 or 3:30 at night for no reason. I was terrified. Absolutely no reason. I had 3 roommates total, and my first roommate moved back in with Grace moving out, so even though I didn't say anything to her about anything, because I wanted to see if it was real, I got a little bit lost in that story. I was a skeptic that changed last night. Honestly, still shook up, so sorry if this is kind of all over the place. Not really sure where to start, so that doesn't help either. I guess I'll just say everything, meaning this may be a very, very long post. When I was a child, I absolutely believed in ghosts, and the idea of them fascinated me. But as I got older, seeing shows on TV or videos on the internet that were clearly fake or extremely suspicious turned me into a non-believer and most very skeptical. I'm now 21 and just moved out of my uncle's place into my own apartment. It's a very old building, maybe 100 plus years old. It's a pretty large house that's been turned into like a fourplex. It even has a historical building plaque outside on it, though I'm having trouble finding any information. 3 of the 4 apartments were just remodeled this year. The one that wasn't is because it was occupied at the time. At the moment, it's just me and him in the building. I'm on the top floor on one side, he's on the other side, ground floor. Been here about almost a week now. Of course, I've heard your generic old building noises, creaks and snaps of the cooling fall temperatures, that sort of thing. There was a couple of times in the first 2 days that I thought I saw movement at the corner of my eye. Didn't really think anything of it. All seemed fairly well until last night, or rather the night before last. I was in bed watching YouTube on my phone, lying down, not quite on my back. Not really quite on my side either. I was holding up my phone, my arms eventually got tired. As I was setting down my phone on my bed, I could have sworn from behind where I was, just holding up my phone, a very, very faint shadow, like a head or a face, was there and quickly ducked out of my view. Now, I realize that sounds absolutely terrifying, but I was very tired and was just staring directly at the bright screen of my phone. And what I saw was very, very faint. I figured if I had really saw something, it was a minor hallucination. Slept well, got up, went to work. Came home and relaxed for a few hours in a very good mood. Took a shower, got into bed. Fell asleep between 2 or maybe 2:30. Woke up at some point between 3 and 4. It's unusual for me to wake up many times at night. Turned to lie on my right side and I stretched a bit and just lie for about 5-10 minutes. At this point, I'm absolutely wide awake. The night is absolutely still and absolutely silent. Gets to the point where it's time to flip over, and as I do, the unthinkable happens. As clear as day from the side that I'm flipping over to, not any more than 7 feet away from me, a female voice at normal conversation volume says something. In my absolute shock and disbelief, I didn't fully catch what she said. Pretty sure it was 3 syllables or words, the first of which I'm fairly certain was he's. At this point, I'm absolutely horrified. Just started shaking and sweating on the verge of crying. This voice was so incredibly clear and real that I can tell you with absolute certainty she was in her mid-20s. It originated from 5.5 feet off the floor. Also, in all honesty, it did feel like what she said was directed at me. Couldn't tell you why, but it really seemed to me like she was answering somebody else's question about me. Perhaps it wasn't about me at all. Once I got my courage back, I tried as hard as I possibly could to recreate what I heard. I thought that my bed had just made a noise that my brain had somehow recognized as a female human speech pattern. Couldn't for the life of me get my bed to make a noise that sounded even remotely similar to it, let alone even close to as loud as she spoke. I've had sleep paralysis many times, and this was not it. Like I said, I was completely 100% awake. I didn't really think about it at first, but the side of the room the voice came from was the same side of the room that I thought I may have seen that slight shadowy head figure the night before. Still in shock. Oh, not sure if I'm crazy or what. All I know is that I've never ever had anything like that happen in my life before. If you honestly read this far, I applaud you. Very much appreciate it. If you've ever experienced something like this, I'd love to hear about it. I want to know that I'm not going insane. Also, my mom gave me a voice recorder. I don't really know how long I can record at a time, but I might just see if I can have it record as I sleep all night. I would have kicked myself for posting here a year ago, but here goes nothing. My dog might have pulled a Lazarus. 2 weeks ago, my little dog Max died. He was diagnosed with an illness a few months ago with an uncertain prognosis, but I could tell the end was coming. My best friend was going to pick me up at 9 a.m. on Friday morning, and I was going to have him put to sleep as his illness was progressing and his quality of life had, well, declined severely. However, the night before we were going to take him, he passed in his sleep, which I thought was a blessing. He was right in his bed, right beside me. Me and my two best friends had a nice little funeral service in the backyard that evening. That's where we buried him and told silly stories about our little buddy. The whole thing was bittersweet. We shed a lot of tears, but we also had champagne and talked about his little sassy, yappy self. 2 nights after Max's death, me and my young daughter were in the kitchen. We were playing pretend lemonade stand. She was standing and I was sitting on the floor. When I pushed up off the floor and twisted around to get up, I saw a 3D gray, almost opaque, but just so slightly transparent version of Max. He walked from behind the kitchen island and walked right up to the kitchen door that leads to the back porch. Just kind of slowly faded through it. There were no defining features such as a nose, eyes, or mouth. But the body shape and the head shape and the ear shape and the gait were a complete giveaway that it was Max. He's been mine for 11 years, so I know his body and his walk as good as my own. I was pretty jarred, but I wrote it off quickly as my grieving brain playing tricks on me. Until my 3-year-old looked up at me and said, "Mama, was that Black Shadow Max? How did he go through the door?" I was gobsmacked. If I had seen it myself, I wouldn't have given much thought. But the fact that my toddler saw him too makes me think that my brain was not playing tricks on me. I still feel so weird about it. The toddler thinks it was the coolest thing ever and won't stop talking about it. Although now she's confused because I reiterated to her a dozen times, in an age-appropriate way, that Max was not coming back after we buried him. Now she keeps saying that I lied to her. I like that story. Generational imaginary friends. When my little sister was between the ages of 2 and 6, this was long ago, I was 27 now, She had two imaginary friends, Madden and Jacob. She was 2 and she started talking about them in serious detail, like nonstop. Every girl in my family starts talking very young, and they're younger than the rest of us, so believe me, she was detailed. She told us their hair color, their skin color, and what they'd like to wear. Madden had pale skin, long blonde hair. Jacob had brown skin with black hair and a red baseball cap. We had no idea where she got the name Madden from. Seemed kind of random. Nobody in my house played Madden football, and she stayed home with me and my mom until she began school. She talked to them more than she talked to anybody in the family. She talked to them all the time until one day she just stopped. She started first grade, made some visible friends, and never mentioned Madden or Jacob again. We chalked it up to childhood imagination. Well, over 20 years later, I have a daughter. She began talking at 1, and by 18 months was talking like a pro. One day I was watching her jump on the bed. Mom, sorry, but she was 2, and as I was standing there, she looked at me and said, "Mama, go downstairs. We won't fall off." So I said, "Who won't fall off?" "The 5 little monkeys?" She nonchalantly said, "No, me and Jacob and Madden." I was floored, but I immediately called my mom and sister to see if they'd mentioned Madden or Jacob recently. They both replied by saying that they forgot all about them, and that we were all so weirded out. Even my super analytical engineer dad was like, "Whoa." I asked my daughter where she heard the names Madden and Jacob. She simply said, "They told me." Everybody I've told is like, "Oh, I'm sure one of you mentioned them," or maybe she was really little and just forgot about it. But I know that we didn't. And as I said, we all had forgotten about my sister's imaginary friends until my kids said that she was jumping with them. She's only mentioned them twice since then, and it's been months since she last did. Anyway, I think the story's nuts. What do y'all think? Another one that I like. Blue-eyed young boy at my window in broad daylight. A couple of years ago, my family and I had just gotten home mid-morning from a road trip vacation. Everything went to their rooms, or rather everyone. We went to get some sleep since we'd been traveling all night without rest. I wasn't too tired, so I just went to my room. Sitting on my bed, I had a direct view of my window that only has curtains, and that day, I had drawn my curtains open because it was quiet. It was pretty calm. It was the early afternoon, and the blue sky looked really nice. My window is about 6.5 feet tall from the ground outside. Now from my window, I can see my backyard, which is enclosed. We have a tall fence enclosing it, and all the gates are locked. It's hard to climb up for an adult, let alone a kid. I've tried often in my childhood and I'd forget my keys in the house, That's why what I saw next, I know did not come from the outside or another neighbor's home. Reading on my bed when I glance up at the window, and there I see him. A young boy at the window staring at me. I don't even know how I reacted. Did we leave the gates unlocked or what? I just stared back at him dumbfounded. He stared back at me with a very silent and childlike gaze. Then I realized that I could see him from the chest up, but he was not holding on to anything, or seemingly holding on to anything as, well, his hands looked like they were at his side. Recall that the bottom side of the window from the outside is about 7 feet tall. I felt uncontrollably uncomfortable, wondering how in the world he was able to get up that high. Thinking I was hallucinating or something, I drove off my bed and just, I approached the window. I kept eye contact, and I noticed his eyes were so similar to the blue sky. I don't even know why, but that's the only feature I can remember now. Kind of cliche that the only color of his eyes was the thing that I remembered, but that was it. Besides him being a young boy. Then when I was a foot close to the window, he just vanished into thin air. Blink of an eye. Shocking to say the least, but looking out the window, there was nothing he could stand on and nowhere he could have ran to. Well, at least without me seeing him. I felt really uneasy, left the room afterwards, and eventually fell asleep in the living room away from any windows. I have no idea what it is that I saw. Looking back on it now, I'm still very sure that I did see it because I can remember exactly how I felt and how the events took place. When I remember it, I don't feel fear. Rather, in its place, a sense of calmness. Weird memories from my childhood. When I was very young, under 7, I used to live in a very rural small town. It was a great house, big and new. I lived with my sister, mother, and father. Once the powers died in my region, so we got some candles, stayed in the TV room. For some reason, I decided to go walk around the house. To understand this part, I have to explain a little bit about how my house is displayed. One half of the house, the one that meets the street, has a tall iron fence. The other half, which meets the neighbors' houses, has walls. So I was facing the part with the metal fence, looking at the room with lots of windows. The windows all had white curtains. I was walking towards that room when I saw a glowing bluish silhouette of a man on one window. It was a glow, like when a car shines its light upon something and it casts a shadow. But the odd thing is that the silhouette had like the light while the rest of the window was in the dark. I went back in silence to where my family was and told my dad that there was somebody in the house, inside that fenced-in area. He grabbed a knife since the power was out and there's no cell phones. Told us to stay inside while he searched the house. Came back sometime after. He said that he didn't see anything. Asked me if I was sure. The funny thing is I remember telling him, "Yes, Daddy, the blue man was behind that window." But there was nothing there. This other story also happened in that house, but I think I was a little bit more than 7. I just remember the before and after 7 of my childhood because my father passed away at that age. Everything gets a little bit blurry. I just remember when he was and wasn't around anymore. Okay, so back to the story. I was playing in the backyard with the ball by myself, and I'd been playing there for hours. I was kicking it into the backyard walls and running after it, things kids do. That's when suddenly my vision started to blur. The lights that we had on the walls were getting brighter and brighter. I started crying and looking around, and I began to scream. "It's full of angels here!" Over and over. My mom rushed to me and asked if I was all right. I just kept saying that. She held me to her arms, and all the lights and shadows kept getting closer and closer. I don't remember anything after that, and I don't like asking my mom too much about that time in the city that we lived in. I kind of think about this day quite a lot compared to the rest of my childhood. This is getting pretty long, so I'm just going to write down one more story. If you guys want, I have some more to share. We were still living at that house. I was still under 7. My sister's and my parents' bedrooms, they were like under restoration, so we all slept in the guest room. The bed was in the middle with my parents on each side, and they had a mattress for me and my sister. And I must say that my mother's dad, my grandpa, he died shortly after I was born. I still have some pictures with me and him in his lap playing, but I don't have any memories with him. Don't quite see these pictures when I was that age. So I'm there in the dark bedroom trying to sleep. My eyes had adjusted to the dark and I see movement right above me. I look up to the ceiling and there he is, my grandpa. Like if he was coming through a portal of dark slime. His body was decaying and he was reaching for me. I started crying and saying, "Grandpa's here, I can see him." My parents woke up and comforted me, and they were kind of religious, so they said that he was looking after me. One more detail is that I heard my sister ask my mom, how did he recognize him? My mom answering, "I don't know." don't know what to make of this. This story happened a little while ago, so I joined this community, but hoping to find someone with a similar experience to mine. Since my wife and I moved into this house about 10 years ago, I've had a number of small experiences, but it's recently changed. For years, something's been untying all my shoes every second or third day. Once or twice, my laces have even been removed. It's a tiny thing and a small annoyance. I know my wife doesn't do it because it happened more often when she's been away for work trips and such. I used to say out loud, "Oh no, my shoes. Good job, Ghost. This is a real problem for me." Sort of as a way to play it off as a joke and maybe have whatever was doing it made me think this was enough to really get underneath my skin. Then about a year ago, while I was alone in the house, except for my enormous dog who was sleeping downstairs, something very clearly whispered my name into my ear from very close by. It sounded like it was inches from my left side. Right after my dog jumped up and ran up the stairs to the room I was in and started barking at something. Then about 3 months ago, whatever it was stopped messing with my shoes. Okay, fine. Then my wedding ring went missing, and I put it down to my side table to do dishes. Went back, gone. Well, fuck. So I spent days looking for it. 3 days later, I find it laying on the couch watching a movie. It was while my wife was at work. Something came flying up the basement stairs, hit a wall, and bounced into the dining room, just came to rest underneath the table. Hit the wall at an upward angle and hit hard. I went and checked it out, and it was my wedding ring. Then I heard something in the basement. There couldn't have been anyone down there. My wife was at work. There's no basement windows to come through. We had an alarm system installed when we moved in, and my large dog's very protective. Great Pyrenees are like that. That's when I decided that my dog needed a walk, and we noped out over to a friend's place for the day. It's been quiet since, kind of just waiting for something else to happen. That sounds actually scary to have your wedding ring fly up the stairs like that. Eerie encounters. Hunted by huge bipedal wolves. After working in a paper mill for 20 years, Eric Martin was forced to give up on his job in 2005 after falling down while trying to get something off the shelf. This fall left Eric with multiple slipped discs, and this meant that he couldn't work anymore. The situation forced his wife Shelley to start going to work after a really long time, and with the help of her connections, she was able to land a job in her hometown called Palmyra in Maine. The family were not eager to go on this small rural town since they had no other choice, but they ended up moving to Palmyra. Thanks to the town's low cost of living, the family were able to get a big farmhouse with the money that they had. Despite its beauty, the farmhouse was completely surrounded by forest, and it was extremely isolated. To reach the house, the family had to drive through a bumpy access road and then through a long driveway of the property. The farmhouse had a barn at about 20 meters on its left, and its front was open with about a clearing of 200 meters, followed by a tree line of the woods. Pulsating lights in the woods. During their first year at the house, Eric and Shelley made it a habit to sit on their front porch every night and drink coffee while looking at the front yard. So while Eric and Shelley were sipping on their coffee one night, Shelley noticed pulsating lights on the tree line in front of them. She immediately nudged Eric to show him that she was seeing something, and when Eric saw it, he instantly concluded that there was someone illegally hunting on his property. To ward off this apparent hunter, Eric gathered his son Sean, who had visited him that night, and walked toward the tree line to scare the hunter away. As they kept walking towards the tree line, Eric noticed that these pulsating lights were moving away from them. Within a few minutes, these lights moved back into the woods and disappeared. Eric and Sean had a hunch that maybe the hunter left. But to confirm it, they decided to take a few steps into the woods and check. A few minutes after entering the dense woods, Eric and Sean felt as if something was walking parallel to them. They clearly heard footsteps at around 10 meters on their left. It sounded as if this something was following them. Fearing that this something was a predator, Eric and Sean escaped the woods at once. A creepy den. About a month after this incident, Eric's daughter Chelsea, along with her boyfriend Nathan, decided to take a walk inside the woods along with their 2 family dogs. Chelsea removed the leash off the dogs after entering the tree line. They ran into the woods playing with each other, and after running for about 100 meters into the forest, the dogs came to a sudden halt. They started staring at something. When Chelsea and Nathan walked toward their dogs to see what they'd caught, whatever caught their attention, they saw what looked like a huge dirt pile. Upon getting a closer look, they understood that it was not a dirt pile, but an intentionally created den. It had huge bark making like this base structure, and these barks were covered with moss, grass, and other fillers. This den had a circular opening right in front of it. It allowed Nathan to take a look into this den. As Nathan was trying to find something relevant inside the darkness-filled den, he started hearing abnormal growling sounds coming from it. Nathan was startled by these growls, and without giving it a second thought, he took Chelsea and the dogs back home. After returning home, Nathan told Eric about this den, and it was then that they saw this den exactly in the place where Eric and Sean felt as if they were being stalked by some predator. Bipedal wolves on the tree line. A couple of months later, while Eric and Shelley were sitting on the front porch, sipping on their coffee one night, they noticed an eerily strange silence. They had been in this house for almost 2 years by then, and every night they heard multiple natural sounds coming from the forest during their late-night coffee times. That night, however, they heard no such sounds. The atmosphere around them was filled with pin-drop silence. As they kept speaking over the coffee, Eric suddenly felt as if they were in danger. He immediately started asking his wife to go back into the house. Shelley kept fighting back. In the middle of their tussle, the couple suddenly heard a strange growl. They immediately went silent. To see what was causing these sounds, Shelley flashed her light in the tree line, slowly scanning across it. As she scanned the tree line, she saw 3 unnaturally large wolves. They were slowly coming out of the center of the tree line. They were staring at them. Following them came 2 other wolves. But these wolves walked on 2 legs until they reached the tree line. Once these 2 bipedal wolves reached the tree line, they got on all 4s, and the 5 of them started running towards Eric and Shelley. Despite having the head of a wolf, this animal was bipedal and too big to be a wolf. Eric, being an extremely experienced hunter, was not able to figure out what it was. Hunted all night. Without saying a word, the couple rushed back into the house. They locked the doors. Shelley immediately started running inside the house, closing all the windows with blinds and turning off the lights. Then she went into Chelsea's room, woke her up asking her to have a look at these animals. Chelsea was extremely frustrated at first, but looking at how scared her mom was, she walked to the window, parted the blinds, and peeked through it. Through the window, she saw these 5 huge figures standing in a row staring at the house as if they were waiting for them to come out. She was peeking. One of those animals stood on its hind legs like a human, looked dead at her. Chelsea was startled by the sheer size of this figure. It stood nearly 8 feet tall. Meanwhile, while she fell down gasping, Eric was thinking about going into the barn to retrieve his rifle. But he himself knew that no matter how fast he ran, he wouldn't be able to take out his rifle from his barn in time. So he decided to drive his truck to the doorstep, secure his family by driving them away. He slowly parted the blinds to the window near him, slowly peeked through it to see where those 5 creatures were. He couldn't see the creatures out in the front porch, grabbed his keys, walked out of the house towards his truck. After he stepped out of the house, he noticed that they were standing in the clearing in front of the house. Thus, he walked towards his truck while keeping his eyes on them persistently. While he was about to open the truck door, he accidentally slipped his keys. Hearing the slight sound of these falling keys, these creatures started running toward him. Eric ran back into the house grabbing his keys. As he closed the main door, these creatures started scratching the door aggressively. Eric rushed to the room where Shelley, Chelsea, and the dogs were present, and after making sure they were all right, he called the police, hoping that the sound of their vehicles would scare these creatures away. When Eric told the police about these creatures, they told him to lock the house, stay inside. Before Eric could say another word, they cut the call. Helpless families was left all alone. The family gathered in a room on the second floor, locked its doors, windows, and barricaded them and the objects for extra protection. They huddled together and hoped for the dreadful night to end soon. For the remainder of the night, these 5 wolf-like creatures kept running around their locked house while bumping into walls and scratching through doors. They clearly seemed to communicate with each other and coordinate their moves. Smelling the scent of the family on the second floor, these creatures jumped onto the roof on the first floor to try to get a hold of them. When the family periodically peeked through the window in the room, they would see the silhouette of these wolf-like figures walking on the first floor roof on 2 feet. They occasionally heard the sound of aggressive scratching on the walls behind them, and it only kept getting worse as the night aged. But when it was dawn, they heard these creatures run back into the woods. When the family stepped out of their house, they noticed huge footprints with claws, tufts of fur all around their property, and their house was covered with freshly made deep claw marks. The family members were deeply traumatized by this incident, and they ended up moving out of the house. If that is indeed true, I would hope that you moved out of your house, or did something. Eerie Encounters. Haunted by a Ouija board. Friend from Hell. In the spring of 1988, an El Salvadorian family of 5 moved into their new house in Houston, Texas. The family was made of a 13-year-old Mel Trejo, her mother Chavez, her father Jose, her younger sister Jackie, and her older sister Maria. Because the house's small size, the sisters didn't have separate rooms, thus all 3 of them had to sleep in a single bedroom. They weren't particularly excited about it. Jose, however, was extremely happy when they moved into this house, as, well, he believed he could carve a better future for his wife and daughters by staying in the United States. Mel gets a hold of a Ouija board. A few weeks after moving into the house, while the family were having their dinner together, Maria talked about a board game that gave answers to everybody. Well, let's just say a board that gave answers to every asked question. This board was called the Ouija board. She insisted that the family could play it together and pleaded with Chavez to go to the board for her. Although Chavez didn't know much about how to, get one or how the game worked, she decided to get it for her daughter, since all of them could play it. When Chavez finally got them a Ouija board, the girls ran into the room with excitement to play it. Maria had a blatant idea about how to play this game, and 3 rules, apparently, that should be followed. But she wasn't particularly sure about what these 3 rules were, so she read out loud the rules on the sheet that came with the board. This sheet had 3 rules, and they were: Rule number 1, never play alone. Rule number 2, always say goodbye when you're done playing. Rule number 3, never play in your own house. Despite reading these rules, the girls instantly broke the 3rd rule as they started playing with the board in their own house. They placed the planchette on the board, placed their fingers on the planchette, and Maria asked the board, "Was anybody there?" As they didn't get any response, Maria asked the same question for the 2nd time. Even this time, nothing happened. But then Chavez also came into their room, and she watched the girls play with their new game. Maria asked the same question for the 3rd time, and the planchette started moving toward the word yes on the board. As everybody kept staring at the board in astonishment, Jackie started laughing and revealed that she was the one moving it. As the board didn't seem to work, the sisters kind of lost interest in it, left the room after pushing it under Mel's bed. A new Ouija board friend. Mel had just gotten into middle school and she was finding it really hard to make friends. To make it worse, a girl named Erica was terribly bullying her. She was scared to walk out of her classroom. Every day after school, Mel would go back to her home feeling extremely sad. She felt like she had nobody to open up to about her situation. As things were getting worse day by day, Mel decided to use the Ouija board to open up and, well, when Mel greeted the board, nothing seemed to happen at first. But within a few moments, the planchette started moving around the board and it spelled hi. After this, Mel asked if it could help her get rid of her bully. The planchette moved to yes. The next day, when Mel went to school, she heard her teacher announce Erica's permanent exclusion from school. After school, Mel rushed back to her room and asked the Ouija board if it was behind Erica's expulsion. To her surprise, it replied yes. And the next moment, the planchette moved around the board and so on, and it spelled out, "I am your friend," without Mel asking any questions. Mel was happy that she finally had a friend. A demon in the house. That night, Mel's parents went out on a date, leaving their daughters all alone in the house. As they kept watching TV while sitting in the living room, Mel started feeling a sharp pain in her head. She went to the kitchen to take a painkiller. While Mel was about to walk out of the kitchen, she started hearing footsteps from the house's fenced backyard. They kept getting closer and closer, only to suddenly stop. As Mel slowly peeked out of the kitchen window, a terrifying demonic face suddenly appeared right on the window. Mel screamed her lungs off, ran to the living room in fear. When Maria asked her what happened, Mel told her about the demonic face. To see what this face was, Mary gathered up her two sisters and slowly walked toward the kitchen. On their way, they started to hear footsteps coming from the floor above them. The ceiling above started to creak. It appeared as if somebody was heavy walking upstairs. Thinking they had an intruder, the girls grabbed their shoes as weapons and slowly walked upstairs. Following the sound of the footsteps, they reached their parents' closed bedroom. As Mel started twisting the doorknob, the footsteps suddenly stopped. When the girls turned on the lights after entering the room, they found no one. As they stood there staring at the empty room, Chavez and Jose returned home. The girls rushed to their parents and told them about what happened, but Jose's eyes rolled back. He uncharacteristically shouted to them. He asked them to go to bed at once. Jose had never acted like that before. It appeared as if something had taken control over him. Pulled under the bed. The next time Mel spent with the Ouija board increased gradually with time, and at one point all she cared about was spending more time with it. Marie and Chavez were getting worried about her obsession with the board, but they weren't able to stop her from using it. As this kept continuing, one night Mel woke up from her sleep because of the sound of loud dragging footsteps in her room, and these footsteps seemed to be walking towards her. When slowly got down from her bed to see what was walking in her room, something grabbed her leg, started dragging her underneath the bed. Using all her strength, Mel escaped his clutches, pulled herself into Maria's bed. A handmade Ouija. Hearing Mel scream, her parents rushed to her bedroom. When Mel told her mother about what had just happened, she felt that her daughter was imagining things. According to Chavez, Mel's obsession with the Ouija board was the reason behind this occurrence. So with the help of her husband, she grabbed the Ouija board from her daughter, threw it to a dumpster outside their house. After her mother snatched away the Ouija board from her, Mel started to miss her newly found friend. So one day she decided to make her own board with cut-out letters, and she used an inverted drinking glass as a planchette. When she tried communicating with her, mysterious friend using her handmade board, well, her new friend responded. When Mel asked the spirit about its gender, the inverted glass moved around and spelled female. The family splits. One night when Mel was walking toward the kitchen to grab a glass of water, she heard eerie, nonsensical chanting coming from the living room of the house. When she walked to the living room to see what was making these chants, she saw her father. He was making these chants with his eyes rolled back, and it appeared as if he was under control of someone else. That night onward, Mel's father's behavior completely changed. The very next night, Marie and Jackie were in the living room. Their father stormed into the house and walked straight into their mother and started an argument. He was extremely aggressive. His voice made Mel tremble in fear. So, she immediately used her handmade board and asked her spirit friend if she could make him go away. The board spelled yes. The very next moment, Maria started feeling intense heat. She started to feel extreme rage. Possessed by this unknown rage, she grabbed her father's loaded gun and pointed it toward her father, with her father saying that she did not have the guts to shoot him. The situation started to grow tense. It made Maria pull the trigger. Luckily, her mom pushed her arm up. Bullet hit the ceiling. Wow, instead of her father. Hearing the gun sound, Maria came back to her senses, claimed that something overtook her. Chavez felt something evil was there in the house, and thus she, along with her daughters, moved away from their house and settled into another apartment. The possession. Mel was finding it hard to adapt to life without her father, and this pushed her more towards the Ouija board. One afternoon, while playing with the board, Mel asked her friend from where she had come from, and the moving drinking glass on the board moved around, spelling "from hell." This answer freaked Mel out. She ran away from the room after putting all the cut-out letters inside the drinking glass. Just after taking a few steps, Mel heard a loud shattering sound from her room, and it stopped her. When she walked back to her room to see what had caused the sound, she saw the drinking glass that she used as a planchette shattered into pieces, and the cut-out letters she used for her Ouija board were shredded and flying around. Mel's mysterious spirit friend started showing her violent side. As she stood in the room, Mel heard whispers in her ear. They asked her to check under her bed. When she anxiously slid her hand under her bed, she found the original Ouija board that her parents had previously dumped. Later that night, Chavez was woken up from her sleep. That was because of a feeling of extreme cold. When she opened her eyes to correct her blanket, she started hearing footsteps in the hallway. The door of Chavez's room didn't have a knob fitted in the designated hole, and thus it had a small opening in the place of the knob. So she slowly walked out of her bed and peeked through the hole in her door, to see who's walking in the hallway. The moment she peeked through this hole, the footsteps stopped. To the very next moment, the demonic face of a woman suddenly appeared in front of her. Chavez fell back on the floor in fear, but she gathered herself up and peeked through the hole again, only to find demonic face missing. She immediately rushed to her daughter's room to make sure that they were safe, and much to her relief, they were indeed safe. One evening while the family were getting ready for dinner, Mel suddenly got a feeling of being watched by someone. When she told her mom about it, she immediately shut her down, thinking she was trying to escape from helping her prepare the dinner. After she finished cooking, Chavez asked Mel if they could get dinner plates. When Mel walked toward the shelf to get the plates, she saw a demonic creature standing in the living room. Before she could call her mom to show it to her, it disappeared. A few minutes later, she was pushed into the couch in the living room by something invisible. She passed out because of falling short of breath. As Mel's mom was trying to bring her back to consciousness, she suddenly sat upright and with her eyes closed started gesturing with her hands wildly. Her skin started turning purple. It appeared as if she was being possessed. Mel fell unconscious again and woke up and completely forgotten the events that preceded. The exorcism. After this event, Mel became really sick, and despite Chavez taking her to multiple doctors, she wasn't able to have her daughter cured. Family friends suggested taking Mel to a witch doctor named Alice, and Chavez obliged. After examining Mel, Alice concluded that something evil was breaking Mel down. She made Mel sit in front of a mirror, made her close her eyes, and asked Chavez to look at her reflection. When Chavez looked into the mirror, she saw the same demonic face that she had seen, like the one she had previously seen through the hole in her door. The figure screamed and the mirror shattered into pieces. When Alice asked her if she had any recent interaction with something paranormal, she told her about her new friend from hell, whom she communicated with using her Ouija board. Alice told Chavez that an exorcism should be performed on her daughter. She instructed her to burn the board, so Chavez called Jose, told him about the location of the board and asked him to burn it immediately. Alice began the exorcism. She started sprinkling holy water on Mel. For Mel, who was covered under a cloth, however, these, hitting water droplets felt like painful punches. Meanwhile, Jose got a hold of the board and set it on fire just as Chavez asked him to. When the board was burning, Mel felt as if she herself was burning from the inside. This pain was unbearable for her. Finally, when the Ouija board completely turned into ashes, Mel collapsed onto the floor and she was back to her original self. Paranormal events that followed her ceased after burning the Ouija board. It seems like half of the time that works, and the other time, well, the other half. It's a terrible idea. But sleeping's a good idea. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the boundary between reality and the supernatural is thin. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to stay updated with our latest eerie stories. Get ready for a haunting adventure. Glowing faceless heads. When I was somewhere around 4 years old, I had an experience that's become one of the most vivid memories from childhood. My mom had put me to bed and went to my sister's room to get her situated for the night. I could hear them talking clearly as I wrestled with the monstrously heavy quilt to get myself ready to go to sleep. My mom had decorated this room. She had for all the rooms in the house. Antiques, various oddball decorative and, embellishments. My room was painted in an odd cross between a light beige and a light green that always reminded me of watered-down goose poop. The bed was an old rope bed that had been converted to sort of be able to accommodate a regular double mattress. During the winter, it was draped with the most beautiful and heaviest crazy quilt I've ever seen. At the foot of the bed was an old rectangular sort of steamer trunk. Ironically enough, it's against the floor of my office, about 2 feet from where I'm typing this. It's one of the few objects that I've been able to keep a hold of during my more than chaotic lifetime. On this night, my eyes were drawn to the foot of the bed. I saw something glowing. Something that my childhood mind couldn't comprehend at first glance. Well, I sat up quickly. I saw 3 glowing heads. They resembled the styrofoam mannequin heads used to display wigs. But they were glowing with a white luminescence that emanated from within. Not really bright enough to shed light on the rest of the room. The heads were featureless and smooth. I could only see the lower half through the spooled spindles of the footboard, but the tops of the heads were fully visible above it. In my room, there was silence. I could still hear my mother and my sister talking in the next room. The light from the hallway spilled in through the 2 or 3 inch gap in my partially open bedroom door. I tried to scream for my mom, but a high-pitched whistle was the only sound that escaped. I could barely breathe, let alone scream. The heads were still there, still glowing and still silent. I finally inhaled deeply and let loose a scream that caused my sister to scream. My mom wound up dropping whenever she was holding onto the white shag carpeted floor with a muffled thump. She ran into the hallway and threw open my door, allowing the large wrought iron and milk glass pendant light that hung over the stairwell to flood my room with light. The luminous heads were gone. I finally let go, bawling my eyes out and trying to explain to my mom what I saw. She looked at the end of the bed and even went as far as opening the trunk. But I believe in hindsight that this was more to console me than anything else. She sat at the edge of the bed and told me that those were probably my guardian angels watching over me. There was probably nothing to worry about. I was finally able to go to sleep partially from my mother calming me, but mostly from the resilient temporary amnesia that all children seem to possess in the face of fear. This, however, stuck with me, obviously. It's one of the first memories that I can recall with utter clarity. I know that memories are malleable things, but this one stands out with the level of detail that I remembered. I was actually talking with my mother about some years back. She didn't recall any of it. She also said she believed that the light fixture I was talking about wasn't even purchased until the late 70s. But this was proven to be untrue. I was going through a photo album with my kids, and there was a picture of me sitting at the top of the stairs with this massive light fixture. It was visibly hanging down. It was dated September 1970, which would have been right before the incident I just recounted. Well, this incident could just be, put off as a childhood boogeyman encounter that resolved itself as nothing more than the overactive imagination of a child projecting their fears into the darkness. I could have even left it at that if it wasn't for incidents that occurred in 1983. I was in the middle of my teenage years. Incidents that I remained, rather not I, but that have remained unexplainable to this day. I'm trying to write all these memories down as I'm getting older, and I want to get them out while I still remain clear in my head. Am I losing it? I've had a few unexplainable experiences before, but they've always been few and far between, ranging from when I was a small child into teenage years and young adulthood. As I went through my early and mid-20s, I had a few strange experiences and overall became less spiritually inclined. Didn't really believe in that stuff. Didn't want to. I'm not going to get into the past experiences or why I started not believing in this stuff, but just know for background that it happened. The past few nights have been a slap in the face. It brought everything back to a deep-seated fear of myself. I usually stay up very late. Midnight, 1, 2, sometimes even 3. Pretty normal for me to stay up. Generally, when I do go to bed, I'm very tired and just pass right out. These past few nights, I've been barely able to sleep. It started a few days ago at about 1 a.m. when I lay down to sleep. I got comfy, closed my eyes, but I didn't fall asleep. Instead, my body started feeling strange. It began with heat building up over my stomach and lower abdomen. The heat intensified until it felt like somebody had built a fire on top of me. The rest of my body felt cool. So I knew it wasn't just me getting too hot under the blanket. Mind you, it's 55 or 60 degrees in the room when I sleep. This wasn't the first time I had that kind of sensation. Thought to myself, maybe I should just relax and let whatever it is happen this time. So I relaxed and didn't fight it. The heat spread across my body to my limbs. Then everything started to vibrate. I use the word vibrate, but it's a bad, descriptor for what the sensation was. I simply lack a better word to describe it. My body itself wasn't physically moving or trembling, rather it felt like everything around me was thrumming and vibrating with the metering, pulsing kind of feeling. This, too, I had felt before many years ago when I was meditating. So again, I just kept relaxing and I let it happen. The vibrations got more intense, and then I started seeing an orb of light above me, even though my eyes were closed. It moved and shifted colors between purplish to a white. I opened my eyes, but I only saw the darkness of the room around me. Thought maybe it's just my mind's eye being weird and closed my eye again. Then I hear a sound to my right, near my computer. It was like a snapping sort of clutter noise, like something hit plastic. I sat up, looked around, but again saw nothing. And at this point, I started getting a little bit freaked out. My dog, who sleeps in the bed with me, was resting pretty consistently and pretty contently, as if nothing was wrong, and it's as if he heard nothing. So, once again, I thought I was just being paranoid and my mind was playing tricks. So I laid back down. Almost immediately, the sensations returned along with the light moving above me. This time I felt an odd touch along my forehead and the sides of the head, like something was grabbing me. Then I felt something shock me, like a jolt of electricity touching my leg and then my arm. Thought to myself, okay, something's not right here. Decided maybe there was something there besides my dog. My older sister had given me a small pouch of stones. She's super into crystals and metaphysical stuff. Said that she'd cleanse them and that they would give me good dreams and stuff like that. So I thought maybe I should grab that pouch. I heard in my mind, no, that's a bad idea, don't do that. And at that point I got really freaked out. It wasn't my own thought, at least I don't think it was. Why would I think to grab the stones, but then immediately tell myself no? It was strange. So I grabbed the pouch of stones and I held it to my chest while I lay back in bed. The heat was then gone from my body, concentrated in my hand that was holding the stones. It grew even more intense than before. I had to use all of my willpower not to throw the pouch off of me because it felt like a burning coal on my chest. After some time, maybe 10 minutes, I don't know. I'm not really sure how long it was, the heat just faded. Everything seemed normal again. I fell asleep holding the stones. I was kind of freaked out the next day, but I didn't think it was real. Maybe I dreamed it all up, even though I woke up holding the stones. So I went about my day and such until the night returned. I laid down for bed and once again the heat and vibrations returned, almost immediately. I was a bit more prepared this time, so I tried to focus the sensation and make some kind of barrier around myself with it. I don't really know what I was doing or if it even worked, but I started seeing the light again. This time I had completely turned off my computer and all the electronics, so it was pitch black in the room, no light at all. Yet when I opened my eyes this time, I saw a light in the room. It was over by where I had heard the noise the first time it moved. There was smoke or mist within the light, and I kind of floated around my bed until it was at the foot of my bed. It wasn't bright at all. Just a very subtle glow that made that smoky mist visible in the darkness of my room. The light shifted between purple and white again, sometimes being a pinkish color. I sat up and once again grabbed the stones and stared at it. The pulsating light extended from the ceiling down to the floor, just hung there in the air at the foot of my bed. I don't know how long I stared at it in silence, but eventually it faded away and I lay back down. Once again, my dog just laid there totally oblivious to everything that was happening. I fell asleep and woke up holding the stones again. Last night, basically the same thing happened. Previously, when this kind of stuff happened to me, it was only once and it would never happen again for a long time and I could brush it off and forget about it. Convinced that it was just something weird my brain was doing, or maybe a dream of some kind, but 3 nights in a row. I'm most definitely totally awake and physically feeling and seeing shit. That's new. Has me wondering what the hell's going on. Am I going crazy? Thought I had slipped through not being afflicted with any mental illness, but now I'm full of doubt. Maybe it was just late manifesting itself and now I'm losing my mind. Otherwise, there's something visiting me while I sleep. I don't like either of those options and I have no idea what to do about it. Has anybody had a similar experience or have any advice on how I can deal with this? Sitting here not wanting to go lay down because it's just gonna happen again. I know that you can go without sleep for a few days, but I'd really like to get some frickin' rest. I think the demon that's followed me my entire life is trying to haunt me again. I've had something haunting me my entire life. My older sister, who's had the same experiences, believes it happened when we played with the Ouija board without knowing the possible consequences. Anyway, the point of this post is that I thought it was gone. 2+ smudgings, but tonight makes me believe it's not. I also say demon because it tries to scare or upset me. It tends to bring the foul odor of feces. From what I've learned over the years, demons have a foul odor, usually of feces. They can get their energy from negative emotions, usually anger, but anything vulnerable works. Tonight I was taking a short nap after Thanksgiving with the family. I was woken up by a strong smell of feces. Now I have cats, so it's entirely possible that it was one of them having a particularly bad night. However, the litter box are on the opposite side of the house, and it was so strong that realistically the cat would have had to poop right next to my bed or something. And then I'd have to, wave it under my nose. None of these were the case, so I wake up trying to ignore the smell, thinking it was a particularly bad night for one of the cats, and go to my computer to relax. I'm not sure how much time was in between my waking up and the next incident, but it was at least a couple of hours. I look down toward my tower and I can see my cat that I had put asleep 2 weeks ago. Only, well, it was his dead, lifeless body. This is different than all the other times I've seen this cat since he's passed. They usually seem like sleeping, curled up, or sitting there looking at me. This is particularly upsetting because I loved that cat like he was a child. And he only lived half of his life, but his body was shutting down on him. This thing knows how to get at me. I think it never left, just grew weak. Now that my family's been dealing with an early loss, it's gained some strength back. Awake, heard voices, screams, banging, seen aliens in sky, creepy spirit, weird ghost thing run, green orb absorbed into my eye, asleep, unwillingly astral projected. I'm also Native American, in parentheses. I'm Native American. I live in a First Nation community. It matters to this post because so much history has happened on this land. Also, my neighbor is a sweat lodge. It's a good person, but they do practice bad medicine. My cousin went twice, and each time a dark human-shaped figure followed him back home. He saw it in his living room, and last time it was in his daughter's room. I have countless stories that happened to me personally, and endless stories that happened to family in my community and other First Nation communities. I'm only going to type some of mine. I won't list them in order, but I live alone, and a strip of huge cedar trees separates my home and my neighbors. They have a sweat lodge. They're the same ones. I don't have any mental health stuff like schizophrenia, and I drink a few times a year. I smoke weed, but not that much. 1. Green orb. 3 years ago, my sister lived with me. I just closed my bedroom door, turned off the light, and laid my head down. In case anybody's wondering, yes, those are cows screaming at me. My living situation is very, very strange. If only you knew. I must continue. I can't see my hand in front of my eyes. The only light is my alarm clock I have on top of my shelf. Seconds after I laid my head down, a basketball-sized green, translucent green orb came through my window. I could see my alarm clock through it. The orb was bright, but it didn't give off light. Like a flicked lighter illuminates the room. This orb was bright and translucent, but my room was pitch black. It made a U shape from the window in my ceiling and hovered above my face. Then the way water flushes down a toilet, it's absorbed into my left eye. At this point, I yelled out, "What the fuck? God, don't let them aliens take me." Then I yelled for my sister. She ran in, didn't believe me. Even though it was shocking, it gave off good energy. 2. Red orbs. My left neighbor has a sweat lodge. To my right is a neighbor that my grams and our homes are very close and share a driveway. My sister would smoke outside, and a few times at 3 a.m. she would see a floating red orb, always at the edge of the brush. My gram seen the red orb same time, but it was right outside my sister's bedroom window. I seen this red orb. It was right outside my side door, 1 meter from the ground, but 5 meters from the door, between my grandparents. Thought about going outside, but I just prayed and... Anytime one of us sees these orbs, we all have terrible, tortured, haunted dreams that night. Voices. I used to clean while listening to YouTube stories about skinwalkers. At the end of one, they said a skinwalker's name. I remember thinking, stupid. think it triggered my sister and hearing each other saying our names for a while. Here's an example. I was doing dishes and I heard her say, "Brittany," except it was from my feet. It was underneath the sink. Also, for both of us, when this happened, it would sound similar in real life, but also like telepathy. She would hear me call her name too. It was always when we weren't in the same room. Voices too. When my sister moved out, I lived alone with 2 cats. One time around 3:15 a.m., I was awoken by my dad's voice going, "Hey!" It was so loud my cats ran from my room. I jumped up and prayed. He lived down the road from me. He didn't answer my text, and next I had to confirm that exactly that time he yelled "hey" in the same tone of voice. He almost won Pug G or Pug 1 and lost. Not sure how these things happen. I'm not sure what Pug 1 or what any of that is. Church bells. I barely ever drink. One of the times I did, it was late in the morning, and as I walked to the bathroom, loud old-style church bells rang 3 times. Creepy spirit. This one is so creepy. I was at my mom's house, and my 20-year-old sister just left to go back to our home. My mom was in the tub, and I was cleaning downstairs. I felt this urge to look behind me, and I seen a child-sized version of my sister. She was on her knees, held her head in her hands, and was looking at me from the couch. She then ducked down hiding, and I ran over, and it was gone. Also, instead of having a face, 360 was all hair. Weird ghost thing. Back to my neighbor practicing bad medicine. It was nighttime and I had my windows open. I was smoking weed and I closed the window because I felt bad energy. My sister ran into my room and said to call the cops. There was screaming coming from the cedar trees. I said, "No, listen carefully. That's paranormal screaming. It's not a human scream. It's like a cross between an animal and a human scream. Some weird, gross chanting. Also felt like a wave of water, heavy wind in terms of evil energy flowing over us, coming from the cedar trees. So often we would sleep together because creepy things were happening outside. My sister moved out, sadly, proud and kind of happy for her, but the second time it happened and I was alone. It was the summer before I'd moved for college. My cats had moved next door with my grandparents, but I still wanted to teach them to be brave. The same screaming woke my cats and I up, but the energy just felt so evil. My cats could tell it was supernatural and they looked so scared. They didn't run from the bed and just got out of bed, but I have tall windows on the side of the home facing these trees, and I walked into that room, my cats following. I was yelling and praying and banging on those windows with a flashlight. I was banging all those evil screams. It didn't stop, so I went back to my bedroom window and banged there, yelling and praying at these demonic spirits. Then this pure white solid man-shaped figure sprinted out of those woods and looked directly at me. I was so scared I dropped to the floor and laid there for hours. I think I waited till sunrise to sleep. Aliens. Now this I can go on and on. My cousins and I, when I lived at my parents', I would hang out all night in their porch and on the lake, and I'd look at these weird stars. Now before you say they're planes or satellites, they aren't. They were stars, but red with white stars, and they would remain stationary. That's why these red stars would move around in different shapes like scribbles and disappear. Or like the sun or moon follows you when driving. The red stars would move similar to an airplane in terms of leaving the white stars stationary, but it would follow us down the road, stop when we did, and follow us back home. Okay, so one night my cousin banged on my window with a friend. They were drunk and I was sober. I fed them, walked them home, and lived 2 houses down. I stopped them and said, "Holy shit!" There were 9 red stars in the sky. As I said that, they simultaneously started to move. The 9 red stars formed 3 triangles each. Then those 3 slowly moved towards each other and then formed one big triangle. The 9 red stars and huge triangle slowly lowered from the sky and shockingly lowered beneath the tree line. I could see them almost touch the ground. I looked at my cousin, and that sucker abandoned me and was sprinting and almost at the front door. I did the same, hid underneath my covers. Banging. I hate this one. My sister's room leads to the back of the bush. It's very hard to push open, and it's always locked. At 3 a.m., 3 times now, but a huge bang and that door slams open. I put several weights, and this hasn't happened since. But it's mostly happened during nightmares. My sister's had bad ones, but they're getting better. Unwilling astral projection. This makes me mad and irritated. My grandpa had surgery and is completely amazing and healed now. But at the time, he was really scared. After his surgery, he missed church for the first time. I don't go often, but I went and wrote down everything. When I got home, I was reading to him, and the 3 bangs and knocks happened from their back door. I pretended I didn't hear it. He asks if I did, and I confirmed I heard it too. I didn't have to look to know anything that was there, but prayed together after. They're so mean, these spirits. In our culture, the 3 knock thing doesn't symbolize anything good. My grandpa goes away on meetings. I sleep over at my grandma and sleep in his room. She sleeps in a different room. Last time I dreamt that all their radios had gross chanting and it was very static. I astral projected unwillingly. My soul left my body and I was watching myself sleep. I said God's name and I was back in my body and I woke up. As I did, my grandpa's bathroom door slowly opened and I just prayed. The first time I astral projected, I was at my house, and I again was floating at the ceiling watching myself sleep. But there was this creature chanting demonic stuff on the floor in my corner. I kept trying to say God's name and I was muted. After a while, I finally said it. I was back in my body and rolled over and went to sleep. A ghost spoke his opinion on a show I was watching. So the first thing I want to put out is I had multiple paranormal experiences throughout my life from age 5, maybe even younger than that, even till this very day. A little bit about me is I'm an empath. I can read people's energy, and I don't know if that's the reason I have paranormal experience. But I'm going to go with a yes. I could tell you all my stories, but I want to tell you one of my experiences that takes the cake. So I was about 18, and I still lived with my parents at that time, sitting in the kitchen table one day watching one of my favorite shows on my laptop. The show I was watching was Ghost Adventures. Ironic, I know, and I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, well, you were watching a ghost show. You probably got scared and paranoid, or it's probably the sound from the show. Well, I hate to burst your theory, sadly, but you're wrong. So as I was saying, I was sitting watching Ghost Adventures when I felt a presence coming toward me. I ignored it. I usually ignore anything paranormal so they don't bother me. Eventually they get hit by, well, sometimes they don't. Then spirits didn't. So if you ever see Ghost Adventures, you know, they show a scene as it comes to the end. In one of the episodes, the last scene, Zach was sitting on the couch talking to the spirit when a lamp moves across the table. As soon as that happens, I pause the show because I felt the presence behind me. And I'm not kidding you guys, I hear a man's voice whisper in my ear saying, "Oh, that's scary." I felt his warm breath on my ear. After that, I asked him respectively, just do not do that ever again. And walk away, and he did. My grandma visiting me at the hospital. So when my grandma was alive, I was really close to her. So close that I used to call her Mommy. My grandma was very protective over me because I was born really sick. She would yell or fight anybody who she thought was a threat to me or my health. My grandma passed away in 1999. I was 3 years old at the time. Her death was very traumatic for me. I remember being at her funeral and my aunt telling me not to try to wake her up because she'll be sleeping for a long time. Of course, I didn't understand what my aunt was talking about. I decided to try to wake her up. I remember saying to my grandma, "Mama, wake up. Mama, please wake up." Put my toddler hand on her chest, shaking her to wake up. I remember my shock when feeling the coldness off her body. I told my aunt to get Mama a blanket so she wouldn't freeze. After saying that, people started crying more, and then nothing, because I can't remember after that part. The next day we went to visit her grave. I remember asking my mom, "Where's Mama at?" My mom pointed and told me she was underneath the ground. I freaked out, tried to dig my grandma out of the ground with my hands so she could get out and, not have to take her long nap. I got frustrated because I couldn't get to her, and I started crying. Anyways, 4 months after her death, I went to get heart surgery because I was born with 2 holes in my heart. I remember waking up after surgery to seeing a young woman holding my hand. She's smiling at me. There was no talking, just her staring at me with so much love for me in her eyes. She started rubbing my head after she just tucked me in. It was so soothing after a while, and I started falling back asleep. I felt her giving me a kiss on the forehead, and I heard her footsteps as she walked away from me. I don't know who she was, but I felt like I knew her. Years later, my mom showed me pictures of my grandma when she was younger. I was in shock at what I saw. The young woman who was being so caring to me was my grandma. I think my grandma came to visit me to see if I was okay. She knew I was getting the surgery before she died, so I think she just wanted to make sure she would be there for me. My old haunted house. I used to live in the Philippines, and the house I lived in was built when the Philippines was being occupied by Japan during World War II. It had 2 small walkways, one on the side of the house and one at the back of the house. At the corner where the 2 walkways meet is where my dog's huge wooden doghouse was. I say huge because I could literally go in and sleep in it comfortably, and I was a huge kid of 12 years old. One night I was told by my uncle to go and feed Casper. I know, right? I'm writing my ghost experience, and my dog's name is a popular ghost name. And no, I'm not lying. My dog's name is really Casper. Of course, I said yes right away because I wanted to play with my dog, and so I went. Now, Casper is a happy dog, always running around and always happy to see any of the family. But that night was different. While I was walking towards this doghouse, I realized that I didn't hear him barking or running around. Thought that he was at the back walkway. I just continued toward the doghouse. It was nighttime around 8, and I stopped halfway though, and I noticed that Casper was inside the doghouse. Now this was worrisome, for he always runs at me when he sees me, so I thought maybe something was wrong, like he was sick or whatever, so I quickened my pace to get to him. Once I got there though, he seemed fine. Put down the food next to him and filled up his water bowl, and no reaction whatsoever. Casper was just staring towards the back walkway. I got curious, so I looked towards where he was looking at. What I saw still gives me the chills, and I remember that day. I saw a man standing there just staring at me with a blank expression. He was wearing some type of military uniform and was holding a rifle. I'm not a gun expert, so I can't tell you, all what kind it was. At the tip of the gun rested a bayonet. What got me focused on it was that it was a bloody bayonet. At that point, I was just frozen. I remember the fear and thinking, this is it. Someone is here and he's going to kill me. I don't quite remember what made me look away from the bayonet, but when I did, the first thing I noticed was how the man was now missing half of his face. Seeing him only have half of a face jolted me out of the frozen state, and I ran for it. I didn't care to look back to see if he was following me or not. I even tackled my uncle who was coming to check on me. Cried so hard, and I realized that, I was on top of my uncle. He took me inside, waited for me to stop crying, and I fell asleep then from crying. The next morning, my uncle talked to me about what happened, and I told him everything. He was genuinely worried when I finished because he told me that I was out there on the walkway for an hour. That was the reason why he was coming to check on me. He also told me that I wasn't the only one to experience such things in the house. I later found out that the uniform the man was wearing was the standard Japanese military uniform at the time of World War II. I saw the same person in every window. Now onto the story. I was playing a game on my phone while listening to music. That's when I decided to look out the window, and at the other house's windows too. All the curtains were open on every window in the house. They had this light, and it was like making its way through them. Thought this was normal and looked back at my phone. My dad was doing the roundabout. I decided to look out the window again. One of the windows was a woman. She was slim and had her hips on one side of her chest to another. It was as well as being very black, so black in fact I couldn't make out what she was wearing, or her face like a silhouette. Still though, I thought nothing of it and continued playing. I wish I didn't, but I did. I looked out the window one last time after a couple more minutes. The exact same woman was in the same window in every house. She just stared at me, not a care in the world. I tried telling my brother and my parents, but they disregarded me. I was genuinely scared and didn't want to leave the car. I was forced to, but when I did, I immediately rushed toward the door, praying that the woman wouldn't answer. Luckily it wasn't, and for a good hour or two I felt safe. However, my phone died. Went to one of the bedrooms to charge it. I also decided to relax a little and lie down on the bed. I couldn't help but shake the feeling of being watched. There was only one window in the room, so I looked over there. And there she was, still pitch black. This time she wasn't in her normal position. Her fingers were beside her hips and her head rotated to look at me. I obviously screamed. I ran out of the bedroom without my phone. My parents got worried and came, and I tried to tell them everything, but they didn't really buy it. Left early because they thought I would ruin the game. I didn't look out the windows for the rest of the trip. And the subreddit made me remember that memory. It was 3 years ago. I've gotten over it since, and I've never seen her since. But what I didn't realize then was that all three of the bedrooms in the house, they're all on the second floor. I know none will believe me, but at least I've got that off my chest. I leave my front door wide open at night. I leave my front door wide open at night. I also make sure that the sliding door in my kitchen is, too, wide open. Screen door removed. I check every night for any closed windows in my house and open them. I also put my valuables, the priceless heirlooms, ancient ornaments, nerves, etc. on the dining table. My most prized trophies on an easily accessible shelf in my living room. I always try to remind myself to make sure that my 2-bedroom doors, my bathroom door, my garage, and my gun rack are all unlocked and open. All my floors are carpet. Yes, even in my bathroom, to help dampen the sounds of footsteps. I make sure the hinges on my house doors and knobs are all extra oiled so they won't make a single sound when they're being pushed open. I put on earbuds and a blindfold and snore loudly to signal that I'm asleep. I also make sure that I get 2 of the latest 40 to 50-inch flat-screen TVs with 4K, and I chose the ones that are specifically easy to install, uninstall, and reinstall, and put the second TV in my guest room. I also have the latest generation of gaming consoles and a $5,000 computer that I meticulously built from the ground up. I also have more than 500 of the greatest games in total, both in PC and in console. When I first got this house, the first thing I did was reinstall my power box on the outside of the house, so that way it can be easily disarmed from the outside. Speaking of, I have no outside lamp, no camera, no pets or animals of any kind. Coincidentally, this house is the farthest from any cell towers or police station. I basically live in an abandoned neighborhood with no neighbors. I have no fence. I also put my social security number, credit card, and $600 worth of Yu-Gi-Oh cards right beside my trophy collection. No, I don't have an addiction, and I'm subscribed to any paid services, Netflix, Hulu, Pornhub Premium. I'd make sure to write down the information on a piece of paper and stick it onto my fridge. My garage, I have 2 $1,000 bikes and a motorcycle that put anything you can think of to shame. Finally, I clean. If heaven is dirty, then take me to hell, because I'll be damned if I'm living in a dirty house. I don't consider a spot clean unless I can eat it. All my shoes are put through the washer, and if I suspect it being dirty, I manually hand wash it myself. I take long hot showers with soap, both with bar and a liquid. Putting a pause. I don't know what this story is about, and I was going along with it until the guy decided to share with us that he needs 2 different mediums of soap. Sorry. I put on 3 brands of, 3 brands of shampoo, and, he puts on 3 brands of shampoo and 3 brands of conditioner. 3 brands of deodorizer, apparently, and when they're done, they take a shower and they clean, they floss each tooth. They do it 10 times, brushing with an electric toothbrush, and finally, a mouthwash. I don't know why I'm getting so offended by this routine. If you hadn't gotten the message yet, I'm trying to make people break into my house, because if they do, they'll be the new owner of the house and be unable to leave it. They can only reach the end of the yard. They'll own everything inside it, including my hunger, A gnawing sensation as though a black hole's taking residence in your intestines. Never will they be able to satisfy this one need. Never will they be able to die from it, or from anything so long as they own the place. They'll live in a clean house as a husk, and they too would want to clean it to increase the temptation of taking something from it. Somebody's going to take the bait. After all, it worked for me. Feel free to offer me this bait. I lived on the 2nd floor of an old apartment building. And recently, everybody on the 1st floor moved out. I lived on the 2nd floor of an old apartment building. And recently, everybody on the 1st floor moved out. It was slow at first. Family moved out after their baby wouldn't stop crying. A couple felt something wrong while they were having sex. Police arrested the person who lived below me because they shot at the floor due to what they called hand rats, which is not what it sounds like by the end of this. There's a housing problem from where I live. Many people were eager to take the old homes of my 1st floor neighbors. However, they'd usually last about 6 months before moving back out. The longest I've seen somebody stay was about a year, but they were batshit crazy at that point. One day when I was returning from work, I spotted the landlord, Adam. He's looking down at me from the roof. Now, I happen to be a friend with the landlord, and I know that he isn't suicidal, so I got 2 beers from my fridge, went to the roof, and offered him one. Of course, he said yes to a bottle of, natural light beer. We both looked at the town around us. It was crime-ridden, drug-ridden, all the worst kinds of ridden. The only ridden it wasn't was police. I looked over at Adam and completely at random I asked, "Hey, why do people on the 1st floor always move out after just moving in?" Adam broke a sweat. "They're not dying." "What?" "Not enough people are dying, and now they're coming for us." "What do you mean?" Adam pointed to the argument building across the street. "Look at that one. You know how many people died there? How many times you'd think you've woken up to the sound of gunshots every night because of what goes on across that street?" I looked at him in the back of the building. "Yeah, too many times to count." Adam shook his head and sat on his knees. In the past few months, they've been getting less and less police calls, less and less murders. They have their own security team. People have been dying there less. I moved away from him a bit. But isn't that He cuts me off. "Look at the building besides us. They've had a prostitution and drug problem there for decades. Now they hold free rehab sessions every Saturday, and they're practically surrounded with undercover cops trying to dismantle the prostitution." I yelled, "Hey! What is this all? Why is this a bad thing?" Adam stood up, chugged the rest of his beer, then looked at me and said, "You'll find out." He threw his bottle into the trash and below and walked away, leaving me. Over the coming months of our relationship, he sort of soured more. He clearly liked the problems that plagued the other buildings, and I always found it douchey of him. But in the end, he was right. I would still have had the other hand if the other building not improved. A year passed, people started leaving after living in the 1st floor apartments for 3 months. People on the higher floors were getting just as concerned as I. One of the people below me, a female cosplayer named Chloe, was planning on moving out. They were only on the first floor for a month, and apparently her complaints of her clothing being ripped went unanswered. A few weeks later, I saw her heading towards Adam's apartment in order to give a key. Just as she was about to knock on the door, I stopped her. I said, "Hey, can I borrow the key before you give it to Adam?" "Borrow?" "Take it. It's not mine to deal with anymore." She then dropped the key into my hands and walked away. I contemplated giving it to Adam, but he's been too distant. I decided to do some investigating. That night I went downstairs to Chloe's old apartment and unlocked the door. The entire apartment was filled with nothing but concrete pillars. It was hard to navigate around them, and they were tightly packed together. Couldn't imagine living here for a week, let alone a month or 3 or a year. I touched one of the pillars and they felt unsettling. I left after about 2 minutes. I was planning on going to Adam and giving back the keys, saying the previous tenant dropped it. But my body moved on its own, and before he knew it, I was laying down on the bed about to fall asleep. I almost died that night. I felt that same feeling, the unsettling feeling I got from touching one of those damn pillars. Except that feeling was wrapped around my ankle. And I didn't panic, even though I felt it again around my wrist as well. I only panicked when it was around my neck. I opened my eyes in panic as I realized I wasn't breathing. I didn't turn off the lights when I fell asleep, and I saw 2 more hands emerge, attempting to grab the other free hand and leg. I looked over at my dresser, reached with my free hand, the concrete coming closer and my breath ever fading. I opened the drawer, but from where I was laying, I couldn't see what was in it. I was panicking. I needed to feel for a curved piece of wood. I felt round metal and the grasp of the hand around my neck tightening. I felt as though I was about to pass out, and I almost did. Just as my eyes went black, my hand acted on its own. I shot the hand holding my neck with a sawn-off shotgun. It immediately retreated, and I shot the concrete hand holding onto my ankle. Some shrapnel hit my foot, but I was too panicked to care. The other hand was able to grab the shoe of my other foot, and I immediately kicked it away, my shoe going with it. I immediately got up, but I realized there was one more hand holding onto my wrist, the more wanting my other hand, and several more slowly rising up. Even with one hand made of concrete holding onto my wrist, I was still able to come up with enough force to speed and run out of my window. Just as I was about to fall into the dumpster below, the concrete hand broke my fall midway and slowly began to rise up. I was panicked. I wasn't thinking straight. A fury of emotions and dreams and things I wanted to do flew around my head. I started crying as my free hand reached into my pocket and pulled out a switchblade. I started screaming shortly after. It's been 2 weeks since that night, and I've been typing this entire thing with one hand. As painful and tedious as it is, but I have to get this story out there. I've been living with a friend while I find another place to crash. A couple hours ago, the local news reported that the old apartment building had apparently closed. All the tenants suffocated to death. They were found within the floorboards. I raised my eyebrow at that story. Not my nose, but my eyebrow. The prison I work in holds no prisoners. It's pretty weird, yes. The only time I get to see them is when they arrive. The guards have to stand in a line facing the new inmates as they head into the prison, never to be seen again. I don't know what's weirder, the fact that our prison doesn't even have a name, or that we never see the inmates at all. Not to mention some of their sentences are pretty harsh, considering what they're being convicted for. All the prisoners are on death row. However, we're not in charge of giving the executions. That's the job for the warden himself to deal with. When you hear death row, you usually think the worst. The people who you wouldn't mind they commit suicide one morning. But these prisoners' bad deeds ranged from gambling, intoxication, over smoking, and sometimes for some fucking reason, sex. That's right. Some prisoners are put on death row here for having sex. Every part of the prison is completely divided via airlock doors that need administration's approval for entry and exit. So if you want to make it to the cell blocks, you need to radio in with them. And yes, there are airlocks for the men's and women's bathrooms each. All prison personnel are not allowed to be in the same parts as the prisoners. So if they're in the cafeteria, we can't be in there, or in the kitchen either. If you fail to finish your duties, let's say cleaning in time, you're getting a reduced pay for that week. If you ever wind up in the same areas as the inmates, you're considered dead, and a letter sent home to your loved ones. It's really backwards if you think about it. The inmates who are on death row practically have an ample opportunity to escape at literally any point they want to. I mean, it's not like the guards can do anything about it, because we literally can't. But our job isn't really to think about that. Our job is to make sure nobody gets in or out. I don't know. And personally, I don't really want to know. I've seen the stories on the subreddit how people's curiosities and attitudes lead them towards a life of torment and pain. I've seen and heard all the warning signs to know that, well, not some, but a lot of things in life are much better left unknown rather than anything else. So I never questioned it, never gave it one thought of my mind in the 15 years of serving this prison, and never, ever did the unanswered question ever consume me to the point where I just had to know. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same thing for one of my work friends. His name was Sebastian. He was in his mid-20s, he was a fucking idiot, and therefore was always curious. He told me his dream job was to work for NASA or SpaceX or any company studying space. He always loved learning and loved talking about education. That and the weird-ass prison that we work in. I think it was about 2 years of working here that he completely broke and decided to do some investigating on his own. Reception, administration, a warden. Not even some guards were willing to say anything about him. Eventually, all of his pent-up curiosity was finally answered to him with his death. It was 11 p.m., the time when all the prisoners were asleep. I was on the night shift making sure everybody besides some guards and janitors were off on the site. Sebastian wasn't supposed to be on the site today. I was pretty surprised to see him there. He was very distinguishable from the other guards with his baby blue eyes and his almost perfectly white hair. Not to mention his under-average height. I asked him, "What the fuck are you doing here?" Sebastian stammered, "Just doing some overtime." I knew it was bullshit, and he did too. We didn't do overtime at this nameless prison. He knew that I knew that it was bullshit, so I told him, "Follow me outside, come on." He complied. We walked together from the indoor courtyard to the indoor gym, to the indoor administration. That's where he was given a stern talking to by the head of security, and eventually to the outdoor area. That's where that son of a gun tased me until I blacked out cold. I was awoken by the head of security. It's where he told me that he climbed into the vents, what with his small stature and all. My job was to track him, as he was moving fast and I was the only one who really knew him really well. Administration gave me permission to check every single part of the prison. I only asked to check the cell blocks. They told me it was suicide because that was where all of the prisoners were being held. I told them that Sebastian would be there, or I would quit tomorrow morning, when they let me through. I ran as fast as I could from the indoor administration to the indoor gym, through the indoor courtyard to where I was stopped by an airlock. I radioed in with the reception. "What the fuck, I just thought I said to let me through the cell block." The only reply I got was static. "I told them otherwise," said a voice behind my back. I turned around and saw a man wearing a two-piece business suit and pure Damascus 14-karat gold sunglasses. He had no face, no ears, no nose, no hair. His skin was pure gray. He was the warden. "I need to be let in here. He's going to be considered dead, but I can still save him." He ignored my statement. I walked over to me and just said, "Do you ever wonder what we keep in here? What kind of sick and twisted things are stored in this prison with no name? What kind of people come in here with deeds so vile that you just want to kill them yourselves?" Just as he finished talking, I heard yelling from the other side of the airlock. "Help me open the airlock now!" I looked through a window on the airlock to see a faint silhouette of a man. The warden continued on. Well, we don't house inmates in this prison. As the screaming man came running at full speed toward the airlock door, I saw a horrific sight. We house wolves. The screaming man was Sebastian. Half of his face was mauled off. You could see his skull. His left eye was missing. His other eye was crying blood. He was begging to open the door, all while me and the warden stood there watching him. One man stood in defeat. The other showed no emotion. Not with his stance. Not with his head, not with anything. These wolves, the warden continued, are the addictions of man. Smoking, gambling, killing, yes, even sex. They're all here as the beings they really are. Wolves slowly chowing down on their prey. Suddenly, a pair of 8 footsteps came over closer. Sebastian slowly stopped yelling and started to just cry as he realized that his only hope had abandoned him, symbolized through the warden walking away from the airlock. The last thing he said to me was, "When you're done here, you're fired." I ignored him and watched as Sebastian stopped crying and began screaming. Not for help, not for me or for the warden, but in agony and pain. He was eaten alive from the bottom up by the wolves of curiosity. Our experiences at Clapham Wood, the UK's most mysterious woods. Me and a team of 3 others have been working on a paranormal investigation series, Project X. That's where we visit different places in the UK and try to debunk the ghost stories. We were made up of 2 skeptics and 2 half-believers, but with the wealth of evidence and experiences we encountered at Clapham Wood, it's changed everything for all of us. These woods are a very creepy place. We were warned before we went that we needed to be covert, as the locals do not take kindly to investigators. There's a long history of accusations that cult rituals take place in the woods, and that's exactly the vibe that we felt when we arrived. We first went in the early afternoon, immediately felt unwelcome. We felt nauseous and paranoid and also encountered some noises that we couldn't explain. We also collected an EVP that sounds like it's saying, "You're standing at my grave." The EVP collected at Clapham Wood. This was just the start of the weirdness. When we returned at night, somebody was bound to a crucifix or... Excuse you. Somebody had bound a crucifix from 2 pieces of wood and placed it by the entrance to ward us off, and it worked. We were followed back to our hotel, and that night the 2 of us had visions of cloaked figures lurking in our room. We returned the next morning, came across evidence that an amateur ritual had taken place the night before. Also collected a second EVP. The cross was there when we returned, but had to be moved when we left despite it being 4:30 a.m. and us not even encountering anybody else in the wood. For weeks after, we felt like the woods were calling back. We eventually decided to check it out again. When we headed back, the strangeness started again. As we walked back into the woods, a faint drumming began, almost mimicking a heartbeat. Our episodes are pretty long, but you can hear the drumming in this episode from around 10 minutes in. Drumming. Paranoia and nausea set in again, and we had to leave. Before we left, there was one piece of strangeness. The atmosphere went from dark to hella dark instantly, like somebody switching out a light in the sky. We managed to capture this on camera. Can't explain it. These little instances have been enough to convince us of something. We're not really sure what. Talked to a ghost through a light. I was 13. I was sleeping at my friend's house down the block. It was nighttime and my friend's brother went to an abandoned psychiatric center, Pilgrim State. Told us about some stuff that supposedly happened to him and his friends. He told us that they couldn't leave the way they entered for whatever reason, so him and his friends ran to the other side of the building. As they passed each room, the light inside would turn on. Crazy shit. Probably bullshit, but some crazy shit happened later too. We were playing video games, and there was this light next to my friend's futon that was flickering. It was around 10 p.m. One of us said something to the effect of, "Stop doing that," to the light as a joke. But the light did not stop flickering. It stayed on, and it hadn't since we switched the light on. Then we told it to start flickering again, which it did. And this is nothing crazy, but it definitely caught our attention. But eventually we started asking it to turn on and off in specific patterns, which it started to do. Stay off for 5 seconds, blink 3 times, stay on for 5 seconds, blink 7 times, stay off for 8 seconds, stuff like that. We would usually begin and end the pattern with like staying on or off for a certain amount of time. Then it would go back to basically being on and flickering. But then we would state a pattern and it would stop flickering and then either stay on or off for how many seconds that we said, then light up and turn off like in steady intervals. Then it would go just back to flickering. It wasn't natural. It was like somebody was turning it off and on with a switch, but it wasn't connected to a switch on the wall. It was like a novelty beer glass with a light in it. Not a regular lamp like you're picturing. Its on and off switch was on one of those wheel things and the cable of the plug. There's no way to turn it off and on remotely, and it did these patterns perfectly. Me and my friend continued to tell this light perform patterns by lighting up and turning off. We did this for hours, and I can't emphasize enough that it did not mess up once. It was never just close enough. If we told it to stay on, it would stop flickering and stay on and work properly until we told it to do something else, or it would stay totally off until we told it to. It would stay on or off for any amount of time we asked, even minutes at a time. We could tell it to turn off or on and come back at a certain time or vice versa. It would do exactly what we said as soon as we said it. It just was impossible that it could be that accurate by chance. It was perfect every time for hours. These patterns just got more and more complicated, and, well, as long as we continued to do this, not once did it not perform the exact pattern that we dictated. But one particular thing I remember is telling it to blink 300 times. Then it started rapid-fire blinking super fast, way faster than like the whole night prior. And as I was watching it blink at super speed, I said, "Stop!" And the millisecond that that word came out of my mouth, it stopped. It wasn't complicated, but it was unique. We didn't ask it to blink that many times in a row before, and when we did, it just kind of took off and stopped immediately after I said stop. Like, this shit was mind-blowing, but it was really happening. We had to make sure that his brother hadn't found a way to mess with us through the night, but couldn't figure out how. Same outlet that the light was plugged into and an alarm clock plugged in as well, which was acting totally normal. We knew he wasn't messing with the circuit breaker or anything like that because you can control that one, from the outlet with the circuit breaker. His neighbor is also a cop, so we wondered if maybe his son had found some sort of equipment that we didn't know about. Maybe they were somehow using it to control the light remotely, like while listening to us, even though the TV and the AC were on and we were speaking pretty softly. So it'd be hard to hear us clearly through the extra noise if somebody was using some sort of device, but we were just basically running through everything though. We had plenty of time to troubleshoot this shit while everything went on. So in order to rule this stuff out, we decided to ask the lime questions. Questions it could answer via lighting up and turning off, basically. Not the lime, the light. Questions that we knew his brother or his neighbor or anybody really didn't know the answers to. I have a huge family, so I had distant members that his family didn't know, and a lot of questions to ask. This was essentially, I'm thinking of a number. It was steadily lighting up and turning off the number of times in my, head and then go back to flickering. I asked it questions, and I knew when his family or his neighbors knew. My friend asked questions about people I've never heard of, and I'm sure my family hadn't. In case somebody from my house was outside my friend's house just to mess with us, answering my questions or something. An example of how I would ask a question is this. I would say, "Stay off for 10 seconds, then tell how many kids my Aunt Joan has, then stay off for 20 seconds. Would go, be on flickering, then turn off or on for 10 seconds, then if my aunt had 6 kids, it would turn on and off 6 times. Then it would stay off for 20 seconds, just like I said. I would then say something like, "Stay off for 8 seconds and tell me how many letters are in the name of her oldest child. Then stay off for 3 seconds. It would answer, then go back to flickering. I would say, "Stay on, Stop flickering and stay lit is what we meant. Stay on until 12:48 or whatever time, and then turn off for 10 seconds, then tell me how many of your kids are boys. Then stay off for 20 seconds. The light would stop flickering and stay lit, and we would watch that alarm clock that was next to the light until it turned that time. Usually just a couple of minutes. The second the clock turned to 12:48, the light would turn off for exactly 10 seconds. Blink the right number, then stay off for 20. Then go back to flickering. How many letters are in her youngest child's name, the second oldest's name, etc.? So I would ask it a million questions just like that. Of course, you could guess the answer to some of those questions by just throwing out numbers. But I went through a lot of people, and my family's huge. Turned on and off corresponded to the number in my head each time, and every single time I asked it a question. My friend said the answers to his questions were correct too. It couldn't have been his brother or anyone messing with the lights. They didn't know any of my cousins or anything like that. Realistically, nobody would have been able to hear us anyway. We were purposely being very quiet and had the TV pretty loud, and the AC was on too. The only person it could have been was my friend next to me, but we were holding hands the whole night. Most of the time, all four hands were involved, so he wasn't controlling anything without my knowledge, and knew that, well, he didn't know the name of my uncle that died as an infant. Eventually, we saw no other way. There was something in the room next to us. We were openly communicating with it. We never held a seance or anything like that. It just showed up. We were getting scared, though. I remember we were deciding this has to be some crazy shit. We asked it questions about itself. Again, questions it could answer numerically, yes or no. It was a pattern A for yes, pattern B for no kind of a thing. What I remember it saying is that it's a human that had died. He was black and he was age 13 when he died. He had been a patient at a Pilgrim State psychiatric center near my town before it had shut down. The one my friend's brother went to. But who knows if that's true. If it can communicate, it can lie, so maybe it was an alien. It seems like it could read minds, or it actually just had knowledge about our families. It said God and the devil are real. I don't remember everything that we asked it, just random things like asking if it was the same ghost that visited some of the siblings, because they had some weird stories. It said no. We asked if he knew who had haunted them. He said yes. We asked if it would come back. He said no. We asked if it wanted to hurt us, and he said yeah. It also said that it was going to kill us when we asked. And when we asked if it was going to kill us that night, it said yes. It didn't, however. We were definitely scared, but after a while it still hadn't killed us. Like me and my friend were holding hands and had our other hands on top of our other hands on top of our held hands. So it was like we were holding all four hands in a big bundle. Towards the end, it hadn't killed us yet, and though we had begun inquiring as to how it might kill us. Like deadly in our shoes, or is it going to poison our milk and our cereal, or is it going to send some kind of cow outside of our house to just scream randomly, even though it's nighttime? If it would kill us after we opened the door, it said yes to every way of killing us, if I recall. Definitely the cow thing. Eventually, around 6 a.m., I remember just going up and unplugging the light. We didn't want to before that, not sure why, maybe because this is the craziest thing ever, and we really weren't sure if unplugging it would make it just stop. But it was also threatening to kill us, so eventually we did. It was early in the morning by that time anyway. Nothing continued after it was unplugged. We went and had breakfast with his father who didn't believe us. And that was just that. Nobody believed us, and life went on. Good afternoon, good evening, or good night. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, your source for spine-tingling tales and paranormal phenomena. Subscribe and enable notifications to keep up with our latest ghostly content. Prepare for an eerie experience. Something happened to my father when he was young. My father spent most of his childhood years in the village from elementary school to 3rd grade. This happened when he was 9 to 10 years old, as he remembers. I need to mention that first, he was never being a religious person or anything like that. He was a normal person, but he has a very realistic perspective on life. He did not tell this incident to anybody other than his mother when he was young, but when he heard similar stories from his relatives from the village about that specific area, he did believe that his experience was probably not a dream nor hallucination. My father's house was outside of the village, also on top of a hill. It was difficult to reach their house on foot, but there was a shortcut that goes around that hill, and people who know about that shortcut would sometimes prefer to use this path. It was a pathway rather than a road, narrow but less rough than the other road. Those who knew this road also knows that this path is an uncanny place. It's not very clean in terms of its past. There is a story about that road my father heard from his father. 4 more centuries ago, when around the Mongol invasion of Anatolia, Mongolians attacked this village and killed every living being in the village in this place, put their heads to the spikes along the path. People used to call this place Kabatas, because it was also full of steep and sharp little stones. It means rough stones in Turkish. The thing is, nobody would love to use this path as if it's really necessary. As I said, because this place is not really pleasant past. In one summer afternoon, my father started walking towards his house. He used this way because he needs to hurry. The road was not that long. There's not even neighbors living in their own houses, just beyond the bifurcation at the end of the road. He walked a little more on the stony road, then stopped. More precisely, he had to stop. A stone protruded wall appeared right in front of him, a wall he had never seen there before. Why would anybody build a wall on that narrow pathway? Anyway, he asked himself. The path was continuing just behind the wall after all. It was like newly knitted. A stone wall, his first thoughts was whether the neighbors knitted it. It was odd, but the wall was not so long. The height of the wall was maybe 150, 160 centimeters. The length of the wall was maybe 200 plus. But of course, it's beyond the height of my father, who's still a small child. It was still a simple wall that he can overcome in 2 moves. No passing from the right to the left of the wall. As the weather started to get dark, he wanted to climb the wall and continue on his way in order to return home. When he climbed to the wall and gave his hand to where he thought the stones were, he realized that the wall was actually not finished. However, how hard he tries to climb, he couldn't reach the top of the wall. It seemed ridiculous. Probably thought the reason why he couldn't reach the top is his plastic shoes. But he was sure that he had his feet firmly touched on the top. He asked to himself, "Oh my God, how's this possible? Why is it not ending?" Now he's tired of climbing. There was a growing feeling inside of him somebody's watching him and maybe playing with him. He just started to get scared. The weather was almost dark. He thought it would be bad if I fall, even if I break my bones. Well, yeah. He was sure that he was very high from the ground. He felt the fear in his heart. In that case, such a person like my dad started to pray God. Then he fell to the ground with the bang. The wall collapsed on its own, and my father was buried under the rubble. He couldn't get up from the ground. Then he thinks he was passed out there. A few hours later, my uncle saw my father lying there. Little boy, half of his body under the stones, caught his attention. He saw this child as my father. He was fainted. He holds him and carries him to the home. Tells my grandmother where he found my father, and my grandmother said, "Oh, my son, where are you? So tired. Haven't you found another place to sleep in that cursed land?" My father told her about what happened to him. There's a widespread belief in the region, especially expressed by the ancients. If you're wandering alone in deserted places, something would play games to you, like the short wall that never ends with climbing. Maybe it's just the games of our minds, but I'll try not to prove otherwise. Well, that was an interesting way to start. Unexplained voices in my house. Have you experienced similar? Regardless of my skepticism, I've experienced 3 incidents that I've never been able to explain. They happened between the ages of 13 and 18. Even now, more than 20 years later, they keep me up at night as I try to make sense of them. The first incident is as follows. Back when I was 13 years old, I was living in Manchester. I was with my mother. We'd been staying in a semi-detached house for a few years, but we're in the process of packing for a move to a new house in the same area. One night at approximately 7 p.m., my mother and I were sat at the living table watching TV. There was a knock at the door, so I got up and answered it. A friend wanted to know if I was playing out, but just ended up chatting in front of the doorstep. Suddenly, in the middle of the conversation, I heard a woman's voice shouting from upstairs. The voice said, "Hello, can you hear me? I'm over here, can you see me?" Immediately, my mother screamed hysterically from the living room. I ran into the room to check on her. She was sat on the couch shaking and truly looked terrified. I asked her what had happened. She told me that a woman's voice had whispered something into her ear. "What did it say?" I asked. "Hello, can you hear me? I'm over here, can you see me?" Word for word, my mom told me the same thing that I'd heard shouted from upstairs. The first half-decent weapon I found was a tennis racket. Took it upstairs and searched everywhere. I looked in every room under the beds and the wardrobes. Couldn't find anyone. My friend didn't see anybody come down the stairs. Something tried to open the bathroom door. It was late in the evening and I was in the living room watching TV. Bored with what was on the TV, I looked for the remote so I could change the channel. Checked all over for a remote. On the couch, under the cushions, by the TV, on the floor. After an unsuccessful search, I gave up and decided to read a comic. As we were mostly packed up for a move to a new house, the main living room the light had been removed. This meant that I had to take my comic to the opposite end of the living room where the lamp was. As I was reading, the TV turned off. First, I assumed that a power cut was the cause. Quickly ruled this out because the lamp was still on. So I went over to the TV and noticed the red standby light. This means that the TV, the old CRT type, had been switched off by the remote. I then turned around and saw the remote resting on the arm of the couch pointing at the TV. Given what had happened 2 weeks earlier, you could see my previous post, this was my cue to go upstairs to bed. Took my comic up to the bathroom and continued to read it in the toilet. And during this time I heard movement outside the bathroom door and I called out, "Mom, is that you?" I got no answer. The movement stopped. Again I called out and movement commenced. I leaned down to inspect under the door. 2 distinct shadows were moving about like shuffling feet blocking out the landing light. Now a little scared, I said, "Mom, if that's you, say something. This isn't funny." The movement seemed to get closer to the bathroom door, and that's when the door handle started moving downwards as if somebody was trying to get in. Luckily, the toilet was very close to the door, so I quickly reached out and locked the door. The door handle went back up and the movement became more distant before stopping altogether. I sat on the toilet for another 20 minutes before I had the courage to leave the bathroom. When I finally left, I checked my mother's bedroom door, which was still firmly shut. I didn't hear the door open or close during the incident. I then ran into my room and jumped into bed and under the covers. I've considered the possibility that my mother was sleepwalking and simply not hearing me calling out. She had no recollection of trying to get into the bathroom. Maybe I didn't notice the sound of her door opening or something. After the first noise, however, I was on high alert, listening out for every sound, so I'm certain that I would have heard her door close if she went back to her bedroom. I'm not claiming that a ghost was responsible, it's just another experience that I've never been able to explain. I'm just hinting at it. Pink house. Me and my mom moved to this innocent-looking small and weirdly pink house. It was a duplex and the whole neighborhood was really nice and quiet. The house was probably built before World War II. Strange things started to happen about 5 months after we moved in, at least to me. First, pipes, radiators, sinks started leaking. Water was literally coming from the floor of the basement, from underneath the bathtub, from the roof, and even from walls in some parts. It was a newly renovated home, but since some mistakes can happen, we called my father. He's a plumber, so he could evaluate the situation. He couldn't explain what was wrong, but tried to fix the radiator, sink, and bathtub. At this point, we were thinking that there's some construction problems in the basement, and maybe because the home was old and we should call some other specialist. We did. At this point, I started to experience this foul smell waking me up in the middle of the night. A smell that remained of an animal of some sort. I was feeling watched in these instances, and after a while, I was even experiencing this feeling of something sitting on top of me. I was studying psychology at that time, so I was almost 100% sure that this was some sleep paralysis. I tried to stay calm and not worry too much, and even if I was sure that this is not normal. There were many situations when I was hearing noises from the attic. I felt I was being touched, but I was always blaming it on my imagination. We were often fighting that I leave the door to the porch open. You see, they had this tendency to stay open, even if I made sure to close them by a key and checking the handle to be super sure. My mom was a bit obsessed about those doors, and now I know why. 2 years had passed, and my grandmother and her man were visiting, and I was sleeping with my mom in the same room and the grandparents in her bedroom on the first floor. I was awoken by noise from the kitchen and decided that I need to go to the bathroom since I was awake. Passing the stairway, I saw the light and heard noises of somebody making tea or something in the kitchen. When I came back to my room, Mom asked me, "They can't sleep or what?" I said that probably and went to bed. In the morning when we were eating breakfast, Mom asked them why they were so loud at night, and obviously they said, "We thought it was you." At that point, my mom said, "Oh, so ghosts again." This was so random because we haven't spoken about it ever. She said that she experienced some messed up stuff here, that she even called 2 exorcists. The first one helped for about a week and the second about maybe half a year. I was shocked since my mom was always so skeptical, almost making fun of paranormal stuff, but that changed. I was upstairs having my fun with Attic Dweller, and she had her burglar coming from the basement. She was even sleeping with a knife for a while. Besides the door opening randomly, we had this intercom that wasn't working. We were sure that it was out because the cable was cut invisible, so we had to go to the garden gate and open it for the guests by hand. Despite this, some guests were hearing the sound at the intercom. The gate was opening for them without our knowledge. There were many more strange things happening, but I don't want to bore you. One thing I can say is the longer we stayed and ignored it, the calmer the house was. When we were moving out, my mom asked the old neighbor if he would like to take her garden table and chairs. He came to pick them, to give us some backstory to the house. He asked why we're moving out, and my mom said that the house was not that great for us, and he answered, "Yep, I know that you won't last for that long." He said that none of the previous families stayed in it very long, and they almost all had some family problems after a while. After a hesitation, he said that there was a murder in our pink home. Some 2 guys were holding hostage this girl. And it was like they had some bad things to her, and I prefer not to mention. After hearing that, we were really glad that we were leaving it behind, but not really. I think something has moved with me. I don't want to make the story longer since it's already too long as it is. Nothing very wild happened, but I have a fairly creepy story about this morning. While getting ready for work this morning, I remembered I needed to go into our attic and count a few things for some renovation work I'm going to do in our house. We have a pull-down attic access that's located in the ceiling of our main hallway. It's almost directly above our bathroom door. My wife was in the bathroom applying makeup in front of the sink while my 22-month-old daughter was sitting on the bathroom counter, just 6 inches away from my wife. They were playing with their toothbrush. That's when I heard my daughter say hi, which I thought she was directing to, the hi to my wife, which is something she does do a lot. Didn't really think anything of it until I closed the attic. Entered the bathroom where my wife, and had sort of an odd what the fuck look on her face. Asked her why she had that face. She says, when you got in the attic, Quinn, my daughter, looked up and said hi. When I looked at her and said hi back, I noticed she was looking at the wall that would be directly behind my wife, said hi again, then slowly lifted her head up as if she was watching somebody walk closer to her, and then tucked her arms in their side and giggled. This is what she does when protecting herself from tickles. My wife asked my daughter who she was talking to. My daughter didn't say anything back, but just at that moment, the plastic makeup container my wife was holding closed as if it were slapped shut. By this time in the story, I had come down from the attic and entered the bathroom. Not seeing anything happen with my own eyes, but I did hear the conversation my wife and daughter had. This is the first ever quote-unquote experience my wife or I had ever since living in her house. 4 years. Beside maybe some odd giggling and random pointing that my daughter's done. But like I said, nothing wild, but definitely made an impact on my wife, who isn't a I believe in ghosts type of person. Usually calls bullshit on ghost stories. Pretty sure I saw some kind of portal as a kid. This happened to me as a kid, and I still think about it a lot. At the time, I was about 12 or 13, I think. I was doing a kayak trip down a river in a very rural part of France. This was an autonomous trip, as we were carrying tents and all of our stuff, slept in the wild or campsite, and went down a significant portion of the river as a group with other kids and a couple of adults. For anybody who wants to go check out the kind of place it was, type HAUT-ALLIER, Google image. That's the region it was in. Very wild, with deep canyon-like gorges and lots of old deep nature everywhere. What I saw happened about 1 week into the trip. It was a 3-week trip. We were pretty far into the wild, and we stopped for the night in the riverbank and pulled my kayak into the beach and wandered a bit further. Wanted to check out where we would sleep. Just to explain the location, we stopped on a rocky riverbank that was slightly inclined toward a thick line of large trees with a clearing behind them. Suddenly, as I approached the trees, I felt extremely strange, kind of woozy, and felt compelled to look up toward the trees. I saw the clearing in between 2 trees with a very long open plain stretching out behind it, deep blue sky and a base of hill on the sides. This seemed so strange to me, as there really aren't any plains where we were, almost none to be honest. The view seemed very surreal, like it wasn't the same time and space we were supposed to be in. It felt like a fantasy landscape, even though it wasn't very far from some landscapes I've seen. In the background I heard some sort of musical piping, but it felt very ethereal and weird. I could hear it very distinctly, yet felt very far away, like an echo. The closest I've got to that sound since was hearing a high-pitched harmonica. It wasn't exactly the same, but it sounded a lot more crystalline and pure. I stared at the opening for what felt like hours. It must have been like a few seconds in reality until somebody called me and snapped out of it and looked away. Turned back and the opening wasn't there anymore. Just a regular clearing, no more planes or anything. I honestly don't know what happened. I don't think it could have been heat stroke or something, as I felt absolutely fine afterwards. We hadn't been that active that day. Weirdly, I felt a sense of longing every time I think about those planes, like I was supposed to go in or something. My experiences in the 1929 farmhouse. So I rent this house, but it's been in the family of my landlord Nancy since it was built in 1929. She lives 1.5 acres behind me on her own home. She also owns the house next to mine on the corner. Her house was built on family land in the 1980s. There's approximately 35 acres of bean farm. It's also part of this large plot I live on. So the home I live in is originally a farmhouse for the Miller family. This is in northwestern Ohio. Now we, being my husband, our 2 kids, and our dog and I, moved in here on the 1st of April this year. It's a quaint little farmhouse with 2 bedrooms. Original shiplap along with the mudroom walk and original millwork along the window casings and floorboards. The newest part of the home is the garage, which is completely made of cinder block and no frills. I absolutely love old homes and the original details, and we've been fixing it up, for Nancy, our landlord. They suffer from esophageal cancer, and I want to make sure she's, looking after herself, not worrying about us or some peeling latex paint on the doors. Everything was normal about this place aside from some well water issues that were quickly fixed with the installation of a water softener. We really enjoyed being here. It's a quaint little house that's just big enough for us, and I love living here. Until one morning while I was getting ready for school. I'm going back to school for a degree in physical therapy after not being able to find a job in my original major, early childhood ed. I get up every morning at the same time at 6, and this particular morning my husband, who's a police officer, had the day off. He's going to let our kids sleep in with him instead of making me haul them off in the dark in the sitter's house. I was getting dressed in our living room as to not wake my husband or my son. They like to co-sleep with the lights on in her room when we saw it. The door to my children's room was open. Someone was standing there staring at me, half hiding behind the doorframe. That someone was about a head taller than either of my children, with a full head of dirty blonde curls. In a second, it slowly pulled its head back and vanished. And now for reference, my daughter's bed's up against the wall, and the foot of her bed's right up against the doorframe to accommodate both twin-sized beds and their dressers in the same room. So there's, in fact, no way anybody could stand at the end of her bed and hide behind the doorframe at the same time. I raced into their room, and not only was my daughter asleep on top of her bed, but she was holding her giant cow stuffed animal. They were both tucked in. I woke my husband up, and he saw that I was visibly shook up. He said my pupils were huge and I was shaking. After explaining what I saw, he went and checked for himself. When he came back, I wasn't in any better shape. He asked if he should treat me for shock, and I said no. But I know what I saw. This was about 2 months ago, and the reason I'm sharing this now is because another incident happened tonight. To my husband. He was brushing my daughter's hair after a bath. He said a black shadow crossed the threshold into my children's room, and he yelled for me. Goosebumps were all over his arms and legs, and my daughter was asking, "Who's in there, Dad?" She's 3. Then as we're putting them to sleep, a little Tyke's Toy Circus goes off on top of their toy box several times. My husband calls for me from the bathroom to come and see what's happening, and it goes off. It does this one last time while I'm approaching it. None of their toys have ever gone off by themselves since moving here, especially not this one. It's a tiny circus that only makes music when the little acrobat on a tightrope that you lift up to one side and you make him slide across. We plan on installing cameras to their room in the toy area to keep monitoring the situation, and if possible, I'd like to post the findings here. But the 1929 farmhouse seems to come with a lot more than was listed in the rental agreement. My husband's sleep paralysis in the 1929 farmhouse. Background. I've been married to my husband for 5 years. He's a Marine Corps veteran of 9 years, 2 tours to Afghanistan during the first push through, totaling 14 months. He's now a police officer who is in his 1 year in the street. He's seen more than I'd like to acknowledge. He jumps at loud noises, and he hates watching the ends of military movies where they show memories of fallen service members. He always sits where he can see the door at a restaurant, but he's never had a nightmare, not in the 5 years that we've been married. Last night it's about maybe 1:15. We've been comfortably asleep for quite some time, and out of nowhere my husband starts making these sounds deep in his throat. First I thought it was our dog Nike. They sleep on the side of the bed. Took a minute, it happened again. Called out to her to shush, and she got up and put her head in the side of the bed, and while I'm reassuring her, he does it again. Finally realizing it's my husband, I shake him awake. His eyes fly open after a minute, and he whispers, "I saw it." Instantly, my blood runs cold. He grabs my wrist in the dark and says a little louder, "I saw it." Trying to remain calm myself, I asked him what he saw, what he was talking about. I'm terrified there might be someone in the house, and I ask if I need to get the kids. He tells me everything. He thought it was real. Our daughter had run into the bedroom crying, saying there's a woman in her room, and she was scared of her. My husband picked her up and just comforted her, tucked her in between us. She settled in, and he looked out the door into the living room before her son came in moments later screaming. This is a common real-life occurrence. They come in crying or not and want us to cuddle them back to sleep. He asked her son what was wrong, and then his speech isn't as good as his sister's. He said, "Saw Lady Daddy. Don't like Lady Daddy, you're scary." And at this point, my husband says a black shadow stands in the doorway and the kids start screaming. Apparently, through all this commotion, I didn't wake up. He pulls a gun not knowing what good it'll do, and that's when it happens. His whole body freezes up and he can't make a sound and he can't move. He's trying to scream and wake up and get the babies, but he can't. That's when I hear his sounds in his throat and he woke up. It was a nightmare. His first experience was sleep paralysis, and I could tell he was shaken up. I told him I was going to go check the kids and I'd bring him some water. Babies were fine, sleeping soundly. He was just upright in bed staring at his hands when I came back. It felt awful. I explained sleep paralysis to him and told him to Google it. The symptoms matched what he felt in the moment. I'm not sure if sleep paralysis and spirit activity are associated, linked, or correlated, or nothing. But he seems to think it has to be. With activity gearing up in our home, he wants to know everything he can to how to deal with the effect of living in a home with ghosts. When a ghost saved my mother's life. I have no way to tangibly prove the story I'm about to tell outside of my own word. It was a one-time anomalous event that myself and my sister experienced almost 10 years ago. But it's nevertheless just remained stuck in the minds of my immediate family, due to the amount of luck myself and my family experienced because of what occurs in the story. I refrained from lying about or exaggerating it. When I was about 10 years old and my sister 11, me and her were hanging out in her bedroom at about 11 p.m. Our bedrooms were right next to each other, so it was common for us to meet in her room late at night to talk and play her DS and such. After a while of sitting around and talking, me and my sister heard something very strange and startling. We've never been able to explain it. We heard what sounded like an incredibly automated, emotionless, disembodied voice speaking. I have no recollection of what specifically it said, but I remember its tone of voice like it was yesterday. It was vacant of emotion, almost robotic. It sounded deep and masculine. My sister had nothing in her bedroom, no radio, TV, computer, etc. Especially anything that could generate this noise naturally. This is 2009, so smartphones and the like weren't really available. We were obviously incredibly shaken by this, but decided not to act on it, especially out of fear, or knowing her parents or the older brother, giving away that we were still, staying up. We rationalized that it might have been somebody outside her window on the street or a nearby car radio. However, minutes passed and we eventually heard it again. It sounded more hurried and apprehensive this time. At this point, me and my sister were scared out of our minds. We ran to alert her parents. We were in my parents' bedroom on the second floor of her house. I elected to run downstairs to tell her mother. She was awake folding laundry while my father was asleep in the bedroom. When we got downstairs, however, we found her mother collapsed on the couch unconscious and foaming at the mouth. We immediately woke up her father and brother, who promptly called 911 and got my mother help. We would later come to know that my mother was having a seizure caused by a brain tumor. This tumor would later be successfully removed, and my mother's still alive today. I personally don't believe that there's any correlation between the voice me and my sister heard in my mother's seizure. I do, however, believe wholeheartedly that had me and my sister not heard that voice, my mother may not be alive today. Had we not heard it, we never would have gone downstairs and found her having the seizure. Today, me and my sister regularly recollect this occurrence, and my mother, a believer in the paranormal, claims that it may have been a guardian angel of sorts. Regardless, I still owe a lot to that strange disembodied voice that me and my sister heard. Foul-smelling haunting in an Italian hotel. I've recently started working at a seasonal hotel on an Italian northern coast. Since I've always had an interest in the paranormal, one of the first things I did once I started my job there was asking the owner and his mother, who got a hold of the building back in 1973, every possible detail about the hotel and what it was used to before, all this. The owner's mother explained to me how it had been a hotel for several years before they bought it, but that it had been left closed for so long that it was an absolute wreck. Before then, it was a hospital for young pregnant women who didn't have a husband or family to support them. When she told me that, during the first 2 months of the job, so about halfway through it, I did wonder how it could have been possible that no paranormal activity had ever been recorded there. I even got to learn from my boss at the very beginning of the job that a man died there just a few years back. I really thought he was making it up to spice things up a bit. Turns out it was absolutely true. An old man died due to extreme heat then after getting back from the beach. It's not something so unusual here, and I guess it applies to any area that gets, hot summers. The hotel had been closed since mid-September. I worked there for about 3 months and a half. Stayed in a bunch of nights even, without ever experiencing, sensing, hearing anything that seemed out of place. I did think it might have been because the nightlife was way too much and too many people were in hotels, basically causing an energetic pollution that would prevent paranormal occurrences from manifesting. Then the dead season for our area came. Everything grew silent and rather gloomy. And I, having become close with my boss, kept going to the hotel even for several days in a row, listening to and making music, playing video games, experimenting with cuisine, and even threw a couple of bit of parties. It was just the two of us and his dog. That was a good 85% of the time. Things started getting weirder then. He noticed a foul smell coming out of some spot on the reception desk. Something like a sewer smell, changing slightly from time to time within us, like a specter. Went from, let's say, decomposing flesh to rotten eggs. It was never too strong, be unable to smell it, like after stepping just a few feet back from the desk. What got us puzzled was how the smell would come from a spot where only wires and electronics would be, rather than the bar or sink, for example, which was about 3 meters or 9 feet far from the desk. Not to mention my position was exactly that of reception and marketing, meaning that, well, I would be sitting at that desk for several hours a day, never smelling a thing. My boss said that he definitely smelled it this summer too, though it was a lot fainter. I actually have quite an efficient sense of smell. It did surprise me how he was so sure it had happened a couple of times through the summer too. Since my boss is also quite a sensitive person. Well, I got to lose my oversensitivity to paranormal matters after dealing with it in a way after stressing me out. I just got to realize perhaps the smell wasn't something completely physical and normal. My doubts got stronger after noticing his dog seemed to take an interest in the area the smell was coming from. Not really acting like the lively and goofy dog he is. Sorry, they wrote he, his. He'd rather stop a few feet far from the spot and stare at it. One night while we were in the hotel kitchen making dinner, Dog started looking towards the door to the reception, as if he had heard something, then ran through the corridor to the desk. I followed him thinking there could have been someone at the door, and instead he stopped at the desk staring at the spot the smell came from. He's a very loyal and clingy dog. He doesn't leave his owner's side easily. Still, he did the thing of running to the desk and staring at the same spot a bunch of times. I don't understand how we could sense something normal going on in there from another room several feet away, especially since he can't even hear you calling his name in normal tone from the same distance. To add up to it, this is where surveillance cameras come into play. One night, some guys attempted to get inside the hotel, thinking it was empty. My boss, who's actually sleeping there, heard them call the police got to check security camera recordings, which he showed me the next day. I was definitely hype about getting to see the videos, honestly hoping to spot something odd, and I wasn't disappointed. Two things caught our attention. The strong glare in the back door's glass looked like a flashlight being moved from not too far inside the hotel behind the curtains. A tall wall stands between our hotel and the neighboring one, making it impossible for the light to be coming from there. It lasts just for a few seconds and goes off and then on and off. Happens about an hour before the culprits come in at about 3:30 a.m. Then between 4:30 and 5 a.m., a white figure comes out of the dark area in the back of the hotel running without activity in the motion lights. Then just seconds later, one of the intruders runs back into the same spot, activating the motion lights. What's odd about the first figure is, needless to say, how they don't trigger the light. The fact that they have no discernible traits, just a white human-shaped figure. And lastly, I was coming out of a spot that had no way in, like there should have been a piece of tape where this person was walking in before running out. Something tells me there's a way for a person in a light-colored hoodie to look like that, then manage to run past a blind spot for the motion detector. Though neither I or my boss can wrap our heads around how that person got in that spot without, taking the only possible way in. The second figure looks so much more human. A shady yet casual guy in a hoodie. You can see where the hood ends and a few facial traits. Not much since his head is turned almost completely back to the camera. It's rather puzzling how contrasting the two images are. Even before the light goes on, the camera catches the second man's details, not making him look like some sort of apparition as for the first figure. Being a bit of an anxious guy, my boss didn't really like the further investigating of surveillance camera tapes and didn't bring up any odd parts of the event again. We both moved back to our places just a couple of days ago, so the hotel is currently unattended and will stay so for at least another month or two. I really wonder if anything weird will be taking place there when no one's watching. And that was it. Sorry for my lack of summarizing skills. Please feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. I'm rather curious about hearing a third-party opinion, especially since we didn't get to talk about these events with anybody yet. I could definitely retrieve the active segments of the tape as soon as we go back to the hotel if anybody's interested. Strange encounter on Countryside Road. I was on a car ride with my mother earlier today, going back to family house from the city. We were taking the usual road when about 6 minutes from our destination in an area just behind our neighborhood, we saw what seemed to be a mass of dim light, smoke or fog. It moved slightly from the tree area down to the side of the road and then flew away at a considerable speed. It disappeared into thin air as soon as we approached it with the car. I'm really trying to figure out a more, or let's say, realistic explanation for this. Something that doesn't involve some kind of spirit apparition. Not because I'm an absolute skeptic. I've had at least another notable experience in the past, actually, but this one feels so weird, I'm wondering if this wasn't some kind of rare atmospheric phenomena. To go further into detail, we were just about 6 feet far from the thing before it took off. It was rather large, but despite the size and short distance, neither my mother or I could discern any trait at all. It was a shapeless mass of white smoke. We got close enough to almost drive through it, it flew off and disappeared midair. Without changing shape like smoke or steam would normally do, it just gradually turned transparent and disappeared. Another thing that weirds me out is how it didn't seem to follow the airflow of the car at all. It just moved slightly to the left opposite to where it came from and then flew straight upwards. It was way faster than the car. Whatever it was, my mother obviously didn't want to hit it. I immediately looked up trying to follow it with my eyes, but I couldn't see a thing at all. Which also doesn't really make sense to me considering how visible it was before the car lights were close enough. It didn't seem to disappear into darkness, but rather to dissolve. Wondering if this can be compatible with any known atmospheric phenomena. It started with death. Going into my senior year, we lost a fellow student in a car accident. Pretty intense situation. I knew the girl named Taylor. I had seen her in the hall only a few weeks before and said hi. We were never great friends, but we had a few mutual, and we spoke pretty recently on a chat about a guy we both knew named Eric. They were a few years older than us. After Taylor passed away so tragically, and a lot of hurt was seeping into our community, the mutual friend was devastated at the news. He became important to the story. He met with her family for the first time after her death. I'll start with a lucid dream daily often. Or rather, they're saying that they start the story with stating that they lucid dream pretty often. They have a very good idea what's happening in their dreams. Taylor came to me in a dream that night. I was looking at her from across desks when I never had a class together. I said, "Taylor, why are you here? Shouldn't you shouldn't be here." In my dreams, my friend Jade turned around and said, "Who are you talking to?" Taylor was disappeared before I could point out she was clearly there. All of a sudden, I was in this local graveyard beneath this tree in a hill with her. She just kept repeating in sobs, "I'm so scared, I'm so cold, I don't know why I'm here, please help me. I want my mom, I want to go home." All I could do was try to get words out to comfort her or something, but nothing came out of it. I woke up. There was a service a few weeks later. A majority of her school attended. She was driven away in a hearse with her family behind her in a private burial in a local cemetery. I caught up with her friend Eric in the service, and he said that they'd locked the most beautiful spot for her in a hill. It was under a tree. I had no way of knowing that, and I had dreamt of Taylor a few weeks prior to it, and to this day it seemed so real when she came to me in my dream. She was really crying out for help to one of the few people that would have been able to hear her. I've had a few crazy experiences with paranormal happenings, and I'd be happy to share them. But it's always a somber feeling when I realize they aren't made up. That the fear I felt through every experience was real. The people around me felt real fear. There's so much more to this world that we'll ever know. George, Casper's just-as friendly cousin. I'm in the military, separated from my spouse, but not divorced, so I'm still allowed to live in a house. I don't like living alone, so I invited my friends Kevin and Lola. I wanted them to stay with me, especially since money was tight after my husband left. All names are changed for this post. Earlier this year, in 2019, my housemate Kevin went on leave to visit his girlfriend, brought back a ghost that had been with her. At first, I was pissed because I used to be absolutely terrified of any ghost, nice or not, except for the one of my dead puppy who would wiggle his dog tags once in a while. Usually when I was in the toilet with the door shut, he liked to follow me to the bathroom when he was alive. At first, nothing happened. I was happy for that. But then everybody, myself, roommate, guests, would hear shuffling and footsteps when everybody was asleep or when no one was home. First, it freaked me out and we all laughed about it when Kevin told us that the ghost started bringing him cans of Coke in the middle of the night. Pretty much all this man drinks. We decided to give the ghost a name. George. George kept up the footsteps and shuffling, but there wasn't any definitive proof of his existence until one night 4 of us, Kevin, Elizabeth, Lola, and I, were drinking beer around the edge of the bar in the center of the kitchen. On the other end of the bar, against the wall about 6 feet away, were 3 wine bottles and a plastic water bottle that had been sitting there untouched and unmoved for months. We all got louder and louder, talking excitedly over each other until we were yelling. At this point, the water bottle that had been unfazed by anything for months flew off the counter. We were all facing its general direction, but too far to touch it. Nobody had hit the counter or anything. Well, and also it didn't fall. I mean, it flew across the kitchen into the dining room, landing about maybe 15-20 feet away. We all watched it happen and we were in shock. Picked up the water bottle and we convinced George doesn't like loud noises, I guess. About a month later, I was home early from work. Everybody was still gone. I was in my room getting dressed for my college class and I heard movements in the kitchen. Shuffling. The sounds of plates and cups being moved, like somebody was doing the dishes. But I hadn't heard anybody unlock or open the front door. You can hear everything going on inside the house from that part of the house, so I'd have heard somebody come in. My housemates had already texted me saying they wouldn't come home for a few hours. Grabbed the revolver and cleared, which means check to see if anybody was hiding anywhere. I cleared every room in the house out of fear that somebody had broken in. When I determined I was alone, I said to the empty dining room, "Oh, George, it's just you. Scared the living shit out of me. Thought somebody had broken in. Next time, just let me know it's you." He never did let me know if he was going to be making noise, though. He exists on his own terms. Time passed, we kept working, kept drinking. George kept shuffling, but nothing new. In July, Beatrice and her daughter Elsa moved in. Her girlfriend Zelda and her friend Mikey. Oh, and Elizabeth. They all started staying over more often. Elizabeth said that she heard George every single time she stayed over. By August, they were there almost every single night. One night when Kevin left his room in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom while everybody was asleep, he saw the black figure of a man standing at the bar. He simply said, "What's up, George?" and went about his business. Another night when Elizabeth had fallen asleep on the couch, she woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of movement in the corner of the living room. turned over to see what made the noise, and she saw the black figure of a man standing in that corner. She said, "Hi, George," rolled over and went back to sleep. Toward the end of August, Kevin was discharged from the military, went back to his home state. No one in the house heard or saw George after he left, and Kevin said he hadn't heard or seen him either. He didn't know where George had gone, and we were sad. A few weeks ago, at the end of October, Kevin came back to the house to gather belongings and visit. Still no sign of George. The week between Kevin leaving once again and everybody moving out November 1st, George made himself known again. Once when Lola was in the house alone, he turned on the water faucet. The second time, he did the same to Beatrice. Now, Kevin is in his home state, and Beatrice, Zelda, and Lola moved to another home. Vinny and Lola are back in the barracks. Think of a dorm, but a military. And I'm traveling across the country in my home state now. I've been discharged as well. We don't know where George is now, if he had left with somebody or stayed in the house. We anxiously just wait for him to make his presence known. I'll update if he does. George. Casper's just friendly cousin. I'm in the military, separated from my spouse, but not divorced, so I'm still allowed to live in a house. I don't like living alone, so I invited my friends Kevin and Lola. I wanted them to stay with me, especially since money was tight after my husband left. All names are changed for this post. Earlier this year, in 2019, my housemate Kevin went on leave to visit his girlfriend, brought back a ghost that had been with her. At first I was pissed because I used to be absolutely terrified of any ghost, nice or not, except for the one of my dead puppy who would wiggle his dog tags once in a while. Usually when I was in the toilet with the door shut, he'd like to follow me to the bathroom when he was alive. At first nothing happened, I was happy for that. But then everybody, myself, roommate, guests, would hear shuffling and footsteps when everybody was asleep or when no one was home. First, it freaked me out and we all laughed about it when Kevin told us that the ghost started bringing him cans of Coke in the middle of the night. Pretty much all this man drinks. We decided to give the ghost a name. George. George kept up the footsteps and shuffling, but there wasn't any definitive proof of his existence until one night 4 of us, Kevin, Elizabeth, Lola, and I, were drinking beer around the edge of the bar in the center of the kitchen. On the other end of the bar, against the wall about 6 feet away, were 3 wine bottles and a plastic water bottle that had been sitting there untouched and unmoved for months. We all got louder and louder, talking excitedly over each other until we were yelling. At this point, the water bottle that had been unfazed by anything for months flew off the counter. We were all facing its general direction, but too far to touch it. Nobody had hit the counter or anything. Well, and also it didn't fall. I mean, it flew across the kitchen into the dining room, landing about maybe 15-20 feet away. We all watched it happen and we were in shock. Picked up the water bottle and we convinced George doesn't like loud noises, I guess. About a month later, I was home early from work. Everybody was still gone. I was in my room getting dressed for my college class and I heard movements in the kitchen. Shuffling. The sounds of plates and cups being moved, like somebody was doing the dishes. But I hadn't heard anybody unlock or open the front door. You can hear everything going on inside the house from that part of the house, so I'd have heard somebody come in. My housemates had already texted me saying they wouldn't come home for a few hours. Grabbed the revolver and cleared, which means check to see if anybody was hiding anywhere. I cleared every room in the house out of fear that somebody had broken in. When I determined I was alone, I said to the empty dining room, "Oh, George, it's just you. Scared the living shit out of me. Thought somebody had broken in. Next time, just let me know it's you." He never did let me know if he was going to be making noise, though. He exists on his own terms. Time passed, we kept working, kept drinking. George kept shuffling, but nothing new. In July, Beatrice and her daughter Elsa moved in. Her girlfriend Zelda and her friend Mikey. Oh, and Elizabeth. They all started staying over more often. Elizabeth said that she heard George every single time she stayed over. By August, they were there almost every single night. One night when Kevin left his room in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom while everybody was asleep, he saw the black figure of a man standing at the bar. He simply said, "What's up, George?" and went about his business. Another night when Elizabeth had fallen asleep on the couch, she woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of movement in the corner of the living room. To turned over to see what made the noise, and she saw the black figure of a man standing in that corner. She said, "Hi, George," rolled over and went back to sleep. Toward the end of August, Kevin was discharged from the military, went back to his home state. No one in the house heard or saw George after he left, and Kevin said he hadn't heard or seen him either. He didn't know where George had gone, and we were sad. A few weeks ago, at the end of October, Kevin came back to the house to gather belongings and visit. Still no sign of George. The week between Kevin leaving once again and everybody moving out November 1st, George made himself known again. Once when Lola was in the house alone, he turned on the water faucet. The second time, he did the same to Beatrice. Now, Kevin is in his home state, and Beatrice, Zelda, and Lola moved to another home. Vinny and Lola are back in the barracks. Think of a dorm, but a military. And I'm traveling across the country in my home state now. I've been discharged as well. We don't know where George is now, if he had left with somebody or stayed in the house, but we anxiously just wait for him to make his presence known. I'll update if he does. I'm sure it just follows me. First experience, I was about 10, laying on the top bunk back against the bars. Felt a heavy poke in my back. Then the room went icy cold. I just lay there terrified and awake. Nothing came after that, really. We moved then to a flat once my parents divorced. My mom experienced people calling her name in this flat where she, later found out somebody hung herself in there years before. A friend came to stay over once too, but went home because something freaked him out when they went to the toilet. Never told me what it was. Again, when I was about 14 to 16 years of age, we lived in, Am End Terrace Council House. And every so often I'd wake up, and when I'd wake up, the room would be black. I mean absolute darkness. See the outline of what I'd imagine was a man at the end of the bed staring over me. The real fun started when I bought my first house with my ex. I'll cut the bull and get to the business. One night I was out visiting my mom when I get a call. "Get home, something's fallen downstairs and I'm not going down until you get home." Ever the believer, but not one to scare people, I get home and see what the score is. She said it sounded like a marble bounced around the tiles downstairs. We never had any marbles, nothing to fall and resembling the sound or anything. Anyway, we find nothing, so we potter about, till later that evening. She decides she's off to bed. I'm in the kitchen with the dog when we hear her gasp in shock and seeing her backing downstairs slowly, really slowly. She bursts into tears and tells me that something knocked on the door of the spare room. She comes to me in the kitchen where we have the dining room with the sofa where the dog would chill. That's when all of a sudden the dog goes berserk. I mean, she goes nuts, but whimpering too. She's scared but not backing down from whatever's in her kitchen. The kitchen, I shit you not, visibly gets darker and darker and darker. My ex then starts staring at me blankly as if to say, "What the fuck?" I get up in an act of bravado, shitting my pants to show there's nothing there. I get to the kitchen, it's icy cold, absolutely freezing, beyond anything you'd probably have in a house. The thing that started fucking about, it was like in the far right corner, staring at me. Then it glided through the room in the landing area in the bathroom. I see her downstairs in the kitchen with the dog, then she shouts to get in, the fucking tap is on her upstairs. I was petrified, but I was the man, I can't be scared. Shat my pants in all honesty each time I went home. Anyway, other stuff I really won't delve into too much detail happened. Xbox turned on, TV channels would change, our washer in the chair would fall off and it would fly just randomly and naturally. Stuff would be pulled out of the cupboards. Not stuff from the front, stuff from the back. Dog couldn't do that, surely. Our taps and shower would turn on, all the normal stuff from a ghoul, if you will. And the laws just all dismissed it all, said we were imagining this stuff up and that we were living through it. Unreal. Follow-up. My workplaces are haunted. First of all, I cover work in 2 buildings. These include night shifts alone. One building is known to give people experiences, the other not so much. Till about a few years back. The first building was opened in the 1930s, pre-World War II. During the war, it was bombed pretty bad. It was a main dock supply in the Navy, to supply the Army, etc., so the building was used as a mortuary for locals who perished. The place had a grand old hall and a crown court that's no longer in use. My first experience was seeing an orb in the CCTV. Thought it was just dust, but when it started prancing around, I knew it wasn't just dirt. A fly, maybe. Who knows? The next one was a while later. Right here, bangs in the building. I know it's old, but these were like heating systems kicking noises. These were doors slamming noises. One night on patrol, I went through a key code door. Beep, 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 beep. I go through the door. Closes, I take no more than 5 or 6 steps, and all of a sudden, beep, 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 beep. Something has entered the exact code to release the door. The door doesn't swing open. Just the code has released the magnetic lock. I'm frozen to the spot with my torch. I carry on my patrol, because I know I have to. Now I'm in the old courts area, and I have to go through the old courtroom, past the dock area. Then I hear an almighty banging from down in the cell area. No, I absolutely did not go check. My return back to the office resulted in a phone call to be told I'm suffering sleep deprivation. Another experience. Looking up at the central block of the building at around 3 a.m. mark, I noticed the lights coming on. These lights are on a sensor system. Could have been a fly or something falling, but I saw somebody up there. There's definitely somebody up there. Someone working late I didn't know about. So, announcement, nothing. I go to check and no one, zilch. I log it, carry on the shift. So I acknowledge the cyclist. I see someone in the cell area of the courts. I get back to the desk, ask my colleague who's in the courts, and no one. He goes to check, nothing to note. Around 10 a.m., some guy comes in to do some work, and ironically in the courts. We give him keys, and I badge in the codes. The guy comes back sweating and almost as white as a sheet and says he's been signing the job off as a 2-man job. We asked what's up, and he looks about like he's going to cry almost. He says that he's going to go to one of the courtrooms where he was doing some work. That's when he heard a shout from the cell area, so I went down to see if there was another contractor there. He then heard another shout going to the cell area where he'd seen the shadow. So he follows the noise, then a horrific chest tightness and anxiety attack. What he said then really shook us both. He said the first cell door was slightly ajar. Standing in the gap was a wide-eyed person staring him down. I never saw that same contractor again. That's pretty much that for that building. The other was built on the site of an 1800s monastery. This building is very quiet, but each time I go through this certain part I get a tightness and mild anxiety. Nothing nasty. It doesn't feel dark, but it's something. I spoke to a medium friend who doesn't know me well enough to know where I work, let alone, well, what it looks like in this particular area. But when he reels off the decoration of the area, the particular part of the building, even the color of the carpet, he then says a little girl follows me around that area because I make her feel safe from the others. He didn't elaborate on the others, but he said my aura was too strong for them to make me notice them. I'm shitting my pants. So this little girl's following me around where I work at night, and that explains the corner of the eye tiredness shadows of a kid running past. Anyways, I ask him to help her move on. As he does, I get the most amazing smell of flowers around me. Even my friend noticed this. Apparently it's a thank you from her from looking after her and then helping her on. Not long back, some out-of-hours staff workers on the 3rd floor rang down in a panic. They was traveling to the toilet because they're scared of the building. They rung and said there's a little girl on the 3rd floor hiding around a corner. She keeps looking at them. I normally dismiss this, but I go check this out with them. I see nothing and go back to my office. Another night. They report they saw somebody and, well, very odd. Without me doing anything, my phone is refusing to let me see the last sentence. There we are. I'd normally dismiss this, but I go check it out with them. I see nothing, go back to my office. Another night they report that they saw somebody staring at them from the third-floor window while they were having a cigarette around 0200. They're outside about 15 minutes, them making jibs at me, and then tell them that I've been in here the whole time. Their faces drop instantly. They don't work the night shifts again after that. Well, that's the end of today's stories, and, well, today's stories were harder than other days, but looking forward to tomorrow. Thanks for listening. See ya.